Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is the Maura series. This is the live Q&A 5th edition, going over all the latest information in an open Q&A format here. We're going to go over the UMass police records, Amherst PD records. Some of these are actually not new. Some of them have been released for a bit. But we'll go over Rener, vindicated at every turn in this case, apparently. We'll see how many of the early rumors turn out to be true yet again, despite the Dunning-Kruger crowd's vehemence that it was all made up nothing. And yet, time and time again, not just in this case, but in many other cases, it turns out the early rumors had veracity. I am, of course, your host, Bruce McGuire, and if you want to help support the Mindshock podcast, help logic and reason return to true crime and keeping up awareness in these cases and getting them solved. Cold cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, of which there are so many, and more. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. If you're not getting updates through YouTube, you can join even the free tier on Patreon. We'll get you all your updates. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Unless, of course, you are with us here live. In which case, drop them in the live chat, and I will try to get to all of them. So we have Clark in the chat here, who is an eyewitness to Maura Murray, cited her at West Point. Clark is a West Point professor, although he didn't start until after Maura had already left West Point. You can check out the previous episodes for his testimony. Seems quite legitimate from what we've seen here, and also he's been participating in many other chats, and so he's not here for attention on the Maura Murray case or whatever. He's an active participant on a variety of topics here, and he seems to be quite genuine. So, again, I would not have said that, obviously, on day one, because I didn't really know. But he's been around for a while. And, yeah, there's really been no evidence to the contrary. Clark in the chat says, I spoke at length with James Rener recently. And I believe he said, Clark, you said you reported your sighting to Rener quite some time ago as well. And I was emailing Rener, and he told me initially he didn't really know what to think about your sighting, although I don't know where in the timeline this is, because Rener originally believed that she was traveling with a tandem driver and she staged her disappearance to some capacity and was living elsewhere, either in Canada or somewhere else. Now, he apparently no longer believes that. Walking in 4K, yeah, we're going to go over Rener's podcast here, and Clark says, I don't think she would have... Okay, hold on. Let me go through these in order. Pinto Sack says, seems that Fred Murray is a liar. At first, he said that it was likely that Maura was depressed and or suicidal. Nowadays, he says the complete opposite. So I actually went over this angle on this. So I don't know if I would call Fred Murray a liar, per se. I mean, I think he's probably omitted a certain amount of information on quite a few different things. Whether it was the 4K, buying the new car, whatever. Many things. I don't know if I would call the man a liar, though. Is it possible either another family member, Kathleen or whoever, or a police officer, whoever, is it possible, or Billy even, someone else told him she was suicidal, and he basically was going off of that information, not necessarily that that's what he believed. Also, when a missing family member has gone missing, you panic emotionally. I mean, you go through... I mean, would anybody blame the guy? I mean, yeah, most of the time family members say they would never do that, but that their family member that had gone missing would never commit suicide. But, you know, the smarter they are, and I don't think Fred Murray is a stupid man by any stretch of the imagination, you gotta at least, those are at least running through your mind to a certain extent. All different scenarios. She was kidnapped. She left of her own volition because they were telling her, please come home or whatever. We can solve this. Fred Murray was pleading with her for that. So he might have also thought, I mean, again, an emotional family member could hold conflicting, mutually exclusive beliefs at the same time because they don't know what happened. So yeah, I wouldn't call him a liar. Clark says the totality of the UMass reports, in my opinion, reinforced the idea that Maura was planning to go away / possibly suicide. See, the whole suicide thing, it seems like that was being staged for her. Or I guess you can go by the theory by her. Because they had the book, bookmarked at that particular suicide chapter or whatever. It was all too convenient, wasn't it? I mean, I don't know. It just seems kind of convenient. It seems like it was all staged for the gullible. Now, you could say Maura herself was possibly staging it, but again, I haven't seen anything conclusive to show that Maura's actions were her own, whether it was the emails or the calls or whatever. But maybe they were. Again, I don't claim anything is true or untrue. This is, of course, Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. If you weren't there, you don't know what happened. You don't know who was on Maura's computer. You weren't there. You don't know who was using her email. I mean, Billy apparently had all her passwords. Apparently he was checking her voicemail. So, okay, Fred said as much when he first saw the way she left her dorm room, or someone else left her dorm room, or if she was even living there in the first place. Of course, she might have been staying off campus. Fred does not look good in these reports, in my opinion. Yeah, he might not look good. Yeah, but, again, I don't know if I would put that in the same category as being intentionally deceptive. Pentosac says, what would she have been doing at West Point campus when you saw her? Surely she would have been recognized by others. Clark says, I don't think she would have been recognized necessarily. She was in secluded areas. I really don't know, ? But wait, didn't you say, was she jogging one of the times? I forgot what you said. And one time she was with young children. Is that what you said? South to West says, the coincidence stacks in this case are incredible. Yeah, they sure are. I mean, why is there DEA activity in this small hamlet in the middle of nowhere, Haverhill, New Hampshire? Why is there U.S. Marshal activity? We went over all this. Like, the people who think that she just went away to commit suicide, like, what is going on with all this upper agency involvement? Like, if it's that simple, why didn't they release the liquor store footage? I mean, if it's all really that simple, I mean, none of this makes any sense if she's simply going away to commit suicide. There's clearly something else going on here. Whether or not that's also true, I mean, we don't know, but to hallucinate that that's the only thing that could be going on, I mean, that's for the Dunning-Kruger crowd. We're not going to do that here on Mindshock. We're all about logic here. We're not going to fall for these silly logical fallacies. Okay. So, yeah, let's go over... I mean, there's so much to go over here. Did we go over... I'm not 100% sure... Let's see here. So there's an image here. All right, let's go over this here. There were some images released of the Saturn that I'm not sure we went over yet. Just give me a second here. Okay. Actually, maybe we did go over them on the previous live Q&A. I'll just bring them up real quick here before we get to Rener. So this is a relatively newly released image here. would a tree cause this kind of damage, or even a snowbank? I don't know. And then, of course, like, the car had been sitting outside for years, not really handled as evidence. And was it John Smith? As soon as John Smith said he would take the car, all of a sudden they put it on lockdown. So, yeah, I mean, just the behavior of the Popo in this case is some of the most unusual I've ever seen. Yeah, I mean, this is quite unusual. And of course, we do not have any definitive evidence. I mean, we'll see what's in the UMass police reports, the new released ones. I haven't seen any evidence she left the UMass area. Is there any verifiable evidence the Saturn was even at the parking lot that particular weekend? Was it moved earlier? I mean, we'll see what's in the new files here. Pinto Sack says maybe she's part of one big psyop led by Bill Rausch. Well, Bill Rausch, coincidentally, trained in psychological operations, and his whereabouts, for whatever reason, can't be nailed down. He brags about leaving the country without permission, and there's actually gullible goofs out there that think he couldn't have made it to UMass without permission. So he can leave the entire country without permission. I mean, it's just crazy. All right, so let's get to James Rener here. Let's see here. There's so many details on this case. This is actually the most covered case on Mindshock thus far. We went over Jeff Williams' statement. We know where she was and what she was doing, but that's all I'll say. So there was another theory, I forget where I read this, probably on Reddit, that Williams did stop by the scene, but he did not encounter Maura, and then he left. I don't know if we went over that theory before. So he was not responsible. He was driving drunk or whatever, and he did stop by that scene. But by that point, nobody was there. No man smoking a cigarette. No Maura, nobody. But, yeah, that's a weird, weird statement. So, let's get to James Rener, the one and only. If YouTube will allow me to put this video up, YouTube being quite glitchy tonight. What the? This is so weird. Alright. This is really bizarre. Huh. Okay, maybe it will not let me play the video. This is so dumb. I do not get it. This is really, really bizarre. Okay. Alright. Yeah, this is dumb. I just... It does not want me to play this James Rener video. Does not make any sense. Review. Okay. Alright. Yeah, this is really dumb. I have no idea why it's being so dumb. Okay, I got it. I'll put it on the screen now.
Hey there, true crime addicts. It's me, James Renner. Hey, I've got another update in the Maura Murray case. This is, I don't know that I'm. Hey there, true crime addict. Hey there, true crime habit, but there's a big piece of information that I want to go over in the Maura Murray case. About a year ago, the police department at the University of Massachusetts Amherst released a pretty much all of their records on the case. And, at the time I was taking a break from reporting on this case. I was finishing up some other projects, but I kept waiting for people to report on this and report because there's some really interesting information that came out in these reports. And it really wasn't covered. A couple people touched on it, but there was some misinformation. Some things were not talked about that were in this report. So I want to give a full accounting of what's actually in these documents. There's about 36 pages here, and I want to go over it step by step. I'm not going to go over every single little bit, but the highlights. It's still going to be a lot. So thanks for joining me. We're getting back into the case a little bit. Maura Murray, as you know, let me just give you the brief summary. Nursing student, University of Massachusetts Amherst, Amherst, as they say, or you could call it the zoo. This is the February of 2004. She emails her professors, says there's been a death in the family. Hold my work till the end of the week. As you know, she buys liquor. She empties her bank account, only about $280. Drives into the White Mountains of New Hampshire, gets into a crashes her car into a snowbank, and between the time of the accident and when the police arrive, about 7 minutes window, very short window, she disappears, never to be seen again. Now, that's the very short summary. If you follow the case, you know it's a rabbit hole, and it will take you any direction you want to go. They still have never found the body. Everything's on the table, from abduction to murder to dying, being exposed to the elements in the woods somewhere, to starting a new life. At one time, I was very certain she started a new life. I've kind of switched from like being about 60% certain that she had to about 60% certain that she was murdered by someone she knew. The one thing that I have become certain of over the years researching this case, I am convinced she was traveling with a tandem driver. And this driver that she was traveling with was the one that picked her up, and they went on to a destination. So I think we were looking at the wrong place and the wrong time if we're trying to figure out what happened to Maura Murray. And there is some circumstantial evidence in these reports that kind of back up my idea of a tandem driver, but we'll get there. Let's jump into these reports. So again, about 36 pages was released from the University of Massachusetts Police Department. This begins with a narrative from a police officer named Brian Kellogg. I'm going to read you some excerpts. So Maura disappears on February 9th. This begins the next day. On February 10th, during the 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. shift, I took a phone call from, and again, one of the reasons I'm going through this info is a lot of it was redacted. And so knowing the case as I do, I kind of know and have figured out some parts of what has been redacted. And it begins right here because they've redacted a name, and this is almost certainly Tim Carpenter that they're talking about, who was Maura's brother-in-law. He was married to Kathleen Murray, who has since passed. I will say this too. I'm going to put this document up on my website.
So there's quite a few stories regarding Tim Carpenter. Tim Carpenter, he's actually one of the. There's quite a few things that just never really made sense in this case. Tim Carpenter is one of those things. So, Tim Carpenter married to Kathleen Murray. There were some certain statements made. There were witnesses who overheard Kathleen and Tim saying certain things during the searches. It's just pretty weird. It's pretty weird. And I don't know what to think of this guy right here. What the heck? Man, we're having a lot of technical issues tonight for some reason. Someone does not want this Maura Murray case being discussed. This is so weird. What is going on? It's like not superimposing images. That is weird, man. Okay, so that's the only image it will let me put up. Okay. So, Tim Carpenter here. There's just. I mean, I don't even know where to start here because there's so many issues here. Let's see. Let me see, actually, if I have this particular clip on Carpenter. So keep in mind, Tim Carpenter drove a red truck with Massachusetts plates. A red truck with Massachusetts plates was seen leaving the Swiftwater store a mile from the alleged accident, from the staged accident scene. So, what's curious, everybody forgot about this 17 magazine article. I think now's a good time to bring it back. And let me guess, YouTube's not going to want me to put it on the screen. 1 second. Man, YouTube, this is getting tiresome. Alright, let's see if I can get it. Okay. I will prevail. So here it is. Presented for the first time since I initially went over it on one of the early episodes. Let's see. Okay. Alright. I should be able to get it on the screen. There might be some curiosities here worth exploring. The article is called Girl Still Missing. And here we go. So this was in the... Oh, man, this is so slow. Okay. So this is... We got a date here, February 2004, so wow. Pretty early on. So what kind of information is here right at the beginning of the case? Route 112 near Haverhill, New Hampshire has lots of twists and turns. None are quite as wicked as the 90-degree swerve across from the weathered bar in a dilapidated former antique store. Around 7:30 p.m., February 9, 2004, Maura, 21, found out just how difficult it can be to navigate that turn when she completely missed it. Or did she? We actually went over a lot of the logistics. From the accident reconstruction experts, I'm not going to go over all of that now. But apparently there was some kind of issue like 100 yards beyond the turn, not the turn itself. So, what's curious here is... What's really curious here is, so... Atwood saw the police pull up to Maura's car. When they looked inside, they found an open can of Sky Blue malt liquor in the front seat. In the back was a suitcase filled with clothes, a stuffed monkey, and a diamond necklace that her boyfriend Bill Rauch had given to her, 2 textbooks, and another book, Not Without Peril, an account of people who died climbing New Hampshire's Mount Washington, bookmarked at a chapter titled A Question of Life and Death. Now, is that too on the nose? I mean, I don't know. So, here, again, it's saying she didn't tell her friends or family. So... Okay. Apparently, Maura did write a note to her boss at the campus art gallery before she took off. In it, she said she had a family emergency. And again, there apparently was no email to UMPD, campus security, where she worked the security desk. So again, speculation. Did she get fired that previous Thursday? What was going on with the breakdown? Okay. So... Okay, let's see here. So Maura had called her older sister Kathleen, 26, at around 10:20 p.m. During a quiet patch at Maura's second job manning a dorm security desk, I was telling her all this about a fight I'd had with my fiance, said Kathleen. Maura kept saying, don't worry, he's a good guy, it'll work out. After they got off the phone, Maura was sitting at her desk doing her job. Then, according to police reports, she inexplicably burst into tears in front of a coworker and wouldn't say why. All right, so let's continue here. Let's see what kind of gems are contained here. Some kind of keys to solving the case here, possibly. Two days later, Saturday, February 7th, Maura's dad drove up to Amherst to help Maura buy a new car. Maura and her father spent the day at the car dealerships and then hit the Amherst Brewing Company for grilled chicken salads. That's oddly specific. At 10 p.m., her dad wanted to call it a night, so... Well, what's kind of curious is, like, Kate Markopoulos is noticeably... Alright, wait, hold on. Let's see. Okay, so... Yeah, it doesn't say Kate was with them at Amherst Brewing Company. So, in other accounts, Fred said that Maura made him go pick up Kate. Then there was another account where Kate Markopoulos met them there, and in this account, it doesn't mention her at all. Maura and her father spent the day at car dealerships, then hit Amherst Brewing for chicken salads. At 10 p.m., her dad wanted to call it a night, so he had Maura drop him off at his motel, then drive herself to the dorm in his car. About an hour later, Maura arrived at her friend Sarah Alfieri's dorm room to hang out. For the next 3 hours, Maura, Sarah, and a couple of friends sat around talking and listening to music while drinking sky blue malt mixed with a little bit of wine. A couple times, when there were pauses in the conversation, Maura mentioned that she wanted to return the car to her dad that night. Quote, "It didn't make any sense," says Kate Markopoulos, who was there. Why would Maura, who'd had a few drinks and seemed tired, go to the trouble of driving all the way to her dad's motel in the middle of the night when she didn't need to? At 2:30 a.m., Maura left Sarah's room telling everyone she was going upstairs to her room, but instead, she got in her dad's car and started driving back to his motel. On the highway, the car jumped a sandy embankment and hit a guardrail. I don't think that's quite a highway. The front of the car's radiator crumpled, so Maura called AAA to tow the car. The police arrived and wrote up a report, but didn't give Maura a ticket. Also curious, no mention of the any kind of cadet here. When Maura told her father about the accident the next morning, he was upset. The first thing I asked was, "Are you all right?" he says. As Fred Murray called garages, Maura sat there crying. She kept repeating, "I'm sorry," over and over, he says. I think she felt like she had really let me down. At 2 p.m., Murray dropped a still teary-eyed Maura off at her dorm in a rental car. I said, "Maura, it will get fixed. Don't worry," he says. Then Maura got out and her dad drove away. Desperate search. Next day, February 9th, New Hampshire police arrived at the scene of Maura's second accident, the one on Route 112, or alleged accident. The police, fire department, and local residents searched the area roads for her. They also left a message for the Murray family to let them know that there had been an accident. When Maura didn't turn up the next day, the police called again and told them she was missing. Fred Murray drove up to New Hampshire and got a room at the Wells River Motel near the accident site. As the police continued their search, Murray, along with the rest of the family and Maura's boyfriend, combed the area too. I can't explain how it feels to be walking up an embankment thigh-deep in snow, and then there's a big hill in front of you, and you have to walk up it because you see footprints in the snow, and you might find your sister's body at the end, says Kathleen. 2 days after Maura's disappearance, dogs had tracked her scent. Well, again, that's not accurate. The scent from gloves she may or may not have worn. And whoever was in the car, it would have had their scent as well if they handled those particular gloves. To the road about 100 yards away from the site, her family thought that maybe someone had picked Maura up, so they printed up 15,000 flyers with her picture, and a crew of volunteers began tacking them to every signpost and gas station within 50 miles. But weeks went by and no one came forward. So the Murrays are still searching for Maura. Questions remain. There is still no sign of Maura. The only thing that makes sense is that a bad guy got her, says her dad. But police disagree. Quote, "There is no evidence that she was abducted. end quote, says New Hampshire State Police Sergeant Thomas York. Have we heard from York before? I don't remember that name. Police have told newspapers that they suspect Maura intended to kill herself, but they've reached no conclusion. So this is in the official 17 magazine article. Quote, as far as we're concerned, she's a missing person, end quote, says York. Maura's crying along with her atypical drinking. Her family and friends say she wasn't a drinker. And the 2 car accidents, or possibly one, or possibly none, if she wasn't even driving in the Hadley one. I mean, who knows who was driving? Was it the cadet? Just before she disappeared, raises the question of whether she was buckling under some emotional pain. Quote, I don't know what could have been going on that she didn't tell me about, says Bill. As far as I knew, everything was fine, end quote. Everything was so fine that he's going across the country and bringing his parents and his West Point professor and his wife for a DUI walk-away. Because if everything's fine, I mean, that's kind of weird. I may go to my grave never knowing where she's gone or why she even left school, says her father. And as far as I can tell, no one else knows either. So pretty sad, but apparently here the quote was, I was telling her all about this fight I'd had with my fiance, says Kathleen. So Kathleen said that she told Maura she had a fight with Tim Carpenter. So what does that mean? Clark, I will get to Rener and what he reported in these newly released files, but there was no mention of an email to campus security early on. There was an email to professors and possibly the art gallery. Noticeably absent from any previous report, so we'll see what's in any new reports. Clark says, I find it interesting that Tim Carpenter made the initial contact with UMass police. All right, hold on a second. Let's get caught up here. Bama Dog Mom says, just getting here, I'm behind, but wanted to say the very first time I ever looked into this case, I thought it was weird that her dad was hanging out with her and her friends drinking and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, so, yeah, apparently, I mean, some people do that with their 20-year-old, 1-year-old children and their friends. I actually knew some people like that. So, yeah, I mean, I mean, sort of, maybe, kind of depends, I guess, I don't know. So Clark says, I find it interesting that Tim Carpenter made the initial contact with UMass police the day of Maura's disappearance. Pinto Sack says, wasn't it just once that he hung out with and drank with Maura, Murray, and Kate? I don't know. Pinto Sack says, I hear Bruce collects 17 magazines. Don't forget Tiger Beat. Pinto Sack asks, how did she not get a DUI? Good question. Maybe she wasn't driving. Maybe it was the cadet. So Clark says, wasn't the fight between Tim and Kathleen related to Tim coaxing Kathleen out of rehab? So here's the thing. There's another rumor. That okay, hold on a second here. I had another rumor up here. Okay. So, episode 22 of Tim and Lance podcasts. Supposedly, there's a reference. There's some kind of a reference that Kathleen and Tim Carpenter were being threatened by an ex girlfriend that Tim Carpenter owed money to. So that was the other rumor. Now, what's kind of curious, and yes, Tim Carpenter drove Kathleen to Maura's dorm room the day after she went missing. Okay, so, I mean, there's so many issues here. I mean, there's just so many issues. I mean, this really is one of the most baffling cases ever. There's just so much going on with so many people, so many different stories, so many different rabbit holes. Is this Jessica C? I wonder if Jessica C has a connection to Tim Carpenter. And then you have the criminal Aldrich brothers involved in a lot of stuff. So if this rumor is true, I mean, how did Maura get involved with Kathleen and Tim Carpenter? If there was some issue with Jessica C. Now, here, it's going to get even crazier. So, Fred Murray also corroborated the Jeremy Wrathbun account in the fact that it was made. Not that it's true, but in the fact that a man named Jeremy Wrathbun claimed to have seen a man wearing a mask disposing of a blanket, a bundle blanket, that was believed to be a decaying cadaver from his truck. He called the man Stinkface due to the overwhelming odor coming from the truck. Jeremy Wrathbun gave a positive ID of this individual being Tim Carpenter to Fred Murray. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, people. So we have the Wrathbun account, which everybody is pretty much swept under the rug, but Fred Murray corroborated that it existed, that someone said this, that Wrathbun said this and ID'd Tim Carpenter. Now, whether it's true or not, that's a different story, but this isn't just something that was written online. You want to get really crazy, then you get into the A-frame, and, you know, the bloody knife turned into the police. I mean, it just gets really crazy with that stuff. But let's keep it to Carpenter for now. I'm going to see if I can find the clip of the Wrathbun account I had. I don't really want to go over the entire thing again, but... give me a second to bring that info up. Okay. Also, keep in mind, police did collect Kathleen Murray's DNA. So this would have been around September 2017. Which is weird, but okay. So, there's also this Benjamin Wynn individual. Some people think he's Jeremy Wrathbun. So, there was a post here. This was on Facebook. Tim Carpenter owned a red truck. Tim Carpenter cleaned out her dorm room 2 days after her disappearance, kept her belongings in his basement. In June 2004, the family asked him to return it. He burned it instead. And the same person who was spotted by Warren Lake in New Hampshire, where Carpenter owned a boat with a foul-smelling bundle in his red truck, April 2004, and the family wanted to take cadaver dogs to the property the Carpenter family owned, they would not let them. I never found out if the New Hampshire State Police ever searched his property, polygraphed him, or did forensic testing on his truck. So Benjamin Wynn is claiming this. That Tim Carpenter actually had a boat at Warren Lake and his family had a property near there, and they denied searches. That's curious. Alright, let's bring up a map here. Let's bring up a map here. Alright, here's the Londonderry map with the Londonderry ping. Supposedly Jessica C. or some other track associate could have been there. So, Warren Lake... Let's see where Warren Lake is in relation to Keene here. Alright. So it's somewhere around here. Warren Lake is somewhere around here, about halfway between Goshen and Keene. Goshen's where that previous New Year's party was. So this is quite the distance from North Haverhill. I kind of remember. Alright, hold on a second. Alright, I think it might have actually been in episode 8, Alden Olson, where I might have went over the Wrathbun account. Let's see here. Or maybe not. Let's see. Oh, perhaps no. Oh, that was maybe part 10. Or not part 10 either. Where was the part? Part 9. Yeah, it was part 9. Part 9 was the Wrathbun account. Okay, so this was in Warren, New Hampshire. So let's see if is Warren next to Warren Lake. Okay, yeah. So Warren is a completely different area. So I don't know if Brandon Wynn or whatever this guy's name is got that wrong. Yeah, because Warren, there's a few small lakes in this area too, but Warren is much closer to the accident scene. So Warren would be, let's see where exactly it is. It's somewhere around here, so it's a lot closer to the accident scene. Yeah, that sounds a lot. That sounds more correct. So this sighting would have been near a trail. So this was the Facebook claim that someone found clothes that may have been Maura's, navy blue sweatshirt with MM in permanent marker on the tag, champion socks, etc. near a trail in Warren, New Hampshire, and a red truck was nearby. The driver was acting oddly, refused to make eye contact, feigning like reaching for a gun when approached. That's weird. The clothes were also found in an area of a bare barrel with reddish-brown liquid in it. Supposedly, these items were reported to the local police along with the plate number. But this was never properly followed up on. When asked about this claim, the person deleted the initial comment. Huh. So the area this particular area was supposedly searched. So October of 06, it was searched. So I don't know if there's two different stories here. One in Warren Lake. Okay, hold on. Yeah, there's two different stories here. There's also two different Warrens. So there's also Lake Tarleton in New Hampshire. Oh man, as if this wasn't confusing enough. Wow. Okay, so it looks like two stories got mixed up here. So Lake Tar is right next to Warren. They're both in this area. And then there's Warren Lake down here near Goshen, halfway between Goshen and Keene. So in this area is Lake Tar. So this is Jeremy Wrathbun. He said this happened along Lake Tarleton in New Hampshire. And supposedly there was a follow-up with dogs here. This is 2006. Fred Murray supposedly was there as well, no solid hits. There was also a spring, so that was 2006. There's also a spring 2004 incident in Warren, Massachusetts. Huh. So the 2004 incident is Tim Carpenter hunting and disposing materials on a logging road. Now, there might be some relation between these two incidents as well. Yeah, I mean, this is really confusing, but that's where... Okay, so that's where we're at right now. So, okay, so April 2004, this is the Warren, Massachusetts sighting. So these might be related. Now, another coincidence is that Warren, Massachusetts is where Molly Bish was killed. John Smith, I remember John Smith actually mentioning that there could be some kind of relation between the cases, but I don't know. Unless I got that wrong. So, this is all very curious, though. Because that Wrathbun sighting, so there's two incidents, an 04 and an 06 incident. Warren, Massachusetts, and Warren, New Hampshire. There's also Londonderry, Vermont, Londonderry, New Hampshire. I mean, this case is crazy. I could totally see why so many PIs just checked out of this case. Clark asks, was the money Fred withdrew for Tim Carpenter? He gave it to Maura to give to Tim. That's an interesting question. Pinto Sack says, yeah, the cash withdrawals from Fred never made sense. Stopping at numerous ATMs, he couldn't have just gone to a bank. Oh, that's interesting. Clark says, did Maura manipulate Fred with the car issue to get money for her getaway? Or was Fred just a caring father trying to help his daughter deal with a broken car? Or was she playing up the car situation to get the money, pretending it was for the car, but not for her own getaway, but to give to Kathleen to help out with Tim Carpenter? Could that have been it? Clark, we didn't get to the hospital ID yet. We'll get there. I just wanted to go back to this Wrathbun sighting of Tim Carpenter because I think it might be very, very relevant here. But let's continue with Rener here.
MauraMurrayMystery.com, so you can read it at your leisure and tell me what you think. So anyways, I took a phone call from Tim Carpenter that stated he was the brother-in-law to a student named Maura, who lived out of 415 Kennedy. That's the dorm. Tim stated that the Haverhill, New Hampshire Police Department had found Murray's car on the previous night. When the car was found, she was not inside. Tim was asking if the UMass Police Department could go into her room in Kennedy and perform a well-being check, as they'd not been able to reach her all day. When I got off the phone, I called Haverhill, New Hampshire PD and spoke with Sergeant Smith. Now, that would be Cecil Smith, who was the first on the scene after the accident. Smith has since died by suicide, and the conspiracy theorists love to jump on that and point fingers at him, which is heartbreaking because I met Cecil Smith, and he was one of the nicest people I encountered during my reporting, just a nice guy. He was suffering from early dementia, Alzheimer's, and that was likely the reason he took his life when he did. I asked Sergeant Smith what happened. Smith stated that on the previous night he responded to a motor vehicle accident. The vehicle belonged to Maura's father, Fred. The vehicle had collided with a tree. Now, this is relayed in the report. Cecil wasn't there at the time of the accident. I think at the beginning they kind of assumed it was a tree. We know now she probably didn't hit a tree. It's likely she hit the corner snowbank on the other side, and that's what caused the damage to her vehicle. The doors were all locked. No one was around. Smith stated that there was wine all over the dash and ceiling. There were also bottles of beer, and that's going to become important here, bottles of beer and a box of wine still inside the car. Smith stated that no one was found in or near the vehicle. With the information I obtained, I informed another sergeant of the situation. Officer Johnson was sent to Kennedy dorm to perform a well-being check. At this point, Officer Johnson took over the case. And then we get his report. In an attempt to gather more information about Murray's whereabouts, Murray's computer was signed on. This is when he gets into the room. He went into the room. Maura's computer was signed on to its America Online Instant Messenger account. That's what she used to communicate with a lot of friends back then. Everybody was on AOL at that moment. This is before we had smartphones and texting was a huge thing. I removed the away message that had been posted earlier by the UMass Police Detective Bureau. I was immediately messaged by several of Maura's friends from her hometown wondering if she was okay. I informed everyone that I was not Maura and that I was a police officer for UMass. While receiving these messages, I began to speak with one person who identified herself as, and I believe here the redacted part is Maura's sister. I asked her if she had spoke to any law enforcement yet. She stated she had not. I asked her if it could be possible for her to call me, and then she did. Through my questioning, this sister stated that Maura had attended West Point, and while at West Point, she was, and then that's redacted. I asked if Maura would ever consider suicide or harming herself in any way. She said that she had seen her sister at her worst, another redaction, and that if she reached a low like that, she would, meaning she could see her committing suicide. And you'll see this reflected in these reports a couple times. Members of Maura's family saying that she could, in fact, be suicidal. They could see that happening. That goes against what they have said publicly since then. Fred has made a point to say he did not say she was suicidal. We will see in these reports that that is not true. She stated that she had last seen Maura at Christmas, and that it was obvious to her that Maura had been dealing with her, and this is redacted, but based on the context clues, we know they're talking about Maura's disordered eating. She suffered from bulimia. There would be, and this comes up a lot in here, there would be episodes of purging. She stated she knew from looking at Maura that she had been blank again. Corners of her mouth were red and dry. She also stated that if Maura was going to commit suicide, that going to the mountains in New Hampshire would be a possible place she would try. She stated that their family had hiked in the White Mountains of New Hampshire since they were kids. Maura loved it there. I then informed the sister that UMass detectives had located several conversations that were saved on the computer between Maura and a couple of friends via instant messaging. Only one of the screen names used in the conversations had been identified by UMass detectives as Maura's boyfriend, Bill Rausch. Most of the conversations in these AOL chats were about problems between Maura and her boyfriend. I asked the sister if she knew any problems between Maura and her boyfriend. She stated that there were none that she was aware of. I informed her that the conversations had been saved. Only the screen name of the boyfriend had been identified. I asked her if there was a possibility she may know some of the other names, stated that she may know, and I read her the screen names. She recognized one, and this person's name is redacted. She stated that the screen name belonged to one of Maura's close friends when she attended West Point. She was not positive about the last name, but stated it sounded like, that's also redacted, and that he attended West Point in 2000 and 2001. I'm particularly interested in that little piece due to everything we've learned about Cadet Stefan Finkelstein, who later changed his name 8 months after Maura went missing to Stephen Baldwin. He's in prison in Ohio. If you've missed that story, go back and listen to it. But Stephan was at West Point until 2001. We know who was ever talking to her had attended West Point in 2000 and 2001 like him. Not to say that that necessarily 100% was Stephan, but it's interesting. Okay, and the report goes on. On the above date and time, and this name's redacted, phoned the station and asked to speak with an officer. When I picked up the line, in this one we realize he's talking about Fred Murray, because he stated that his daughter, Maura, who was attending UMass, had been involved in an accident and was missing. Fred stated that his daughter had been depressed and that he believed that she was trying to kill herself. So, not only did he tell the detectives in New Hampshire, but according to this report, Fred said that directly to the police at UMass. He stated that when the officers in Haverhill found her vehicle, there was a large amount of alcohol, but she was nowhere to be found. Fred stated that the last person he knew who had contact with her was a friend on the track team named, and I believe that would be Kate Markopoulos. Now, a couple of these names are going to be important. This goes back to that Saturday night before Maura disappeared, where she went out with Kate Markopoulos and her father to a brewery, and then later on they went to a party in the dorm room of a girl named Sarah Alfieri. So Maura, Sarah, and Kate were at this party. There's a lot of speculation about what might have happened there. We know that Maura hooked up with a boy that night. We know that her boyfriend, Bill Rausch, found out about it later by accessing her voicemail. So this is kind of getting to that. I told him that there was no way of identifying, track team named Kate Markopoulos and had the number of the track coach but could not get through. Shortly thereafter, Officer Kellogg received a call from Haverhill PD wondering if maybe Maura had returned to campus. The on-call RD was called, and Detective Black and I went to room 415 Kennedy to do a well-being check. Upon entering the room, we noticed that Maura had packed up all of her belongings as if she were moving out. Now, a lot of speculation has been made about this. People are saying that, oh, she just didn't unpack from Christmas break. I've never believed that as an explanation. The officers certainly believe she was leaving, and other people did too. We're going to get that in a second. There was nothing else in the room showing that she had been there recently. We spoke with the residents of the room next door, who stated that they had not seen her since Saturday. A while later, Jeff Skinner from Student Security came down to state that there may be a problem with one of their employees, Maura Murray. One of the other employees had been contacted by Maura's father. This is when they hear about the story. He stated that she, or this is a girl now, she stated that she last talked to Maura on Saturday. Maura never said anything to her that would make her believe she was depressed or that she was leaving. She also stated she was surprised that Maura had driven her car. She said that Maura was having problems with her car and that she would not even take it to the grocery store. And yet she drives an hour and a half or so into the White Mountains of New Hampshire. What was so important that she had to get up there? They were both asked if Maura was a heavy drinker. They stated that she drank socially, but no more than the average college student. Put a pin in that. When I asked what types of alcohol she liked, they stated that she mostly drank wine. I then asked her if she ever drank beer. She stated that Maura didn't really like the taste of beer and doesn't really drink it. Remember, they found a 12-pack of Labatt Blue inside the car. Was that for Maura? Or did she buy it for the tandem driver? Did she buy it for somebody she was going to meet up there? I then spoke with Maura's supervisor. She stated that on Thursday night at approximately 10 p.m., Maura received a phone call which made her very upset. She stated that all she could understand was that Maura said, quote, "I shouldn't be upset, it's my sister," end quote. Then walked back to her dorm. Now, we've always assumed and we were told that phone call was with Kathleen Murray when Maura is referring to her sister. Put a pin in that as well. That was the last time she had spoken with her. Skinner then retrieved an email that Maura had sent to her supervisor. We're getting to that email, and we've had various explanations as to what that email said. Here's it directly. In the email, which was written February 9th at, this would be 13:26 hours, so that would be 1:26 p.m., Maura said that she was going home for a week and could not work due to a death in the family. This is the first time I've heard that Maura said in that email she was going home. I called Maura's brother, and this must be Fred Jr., back and asked him, or maybe he's talking about Tim, actually. Anyways, he called Maura's brother back and asked him if there had been a death in the family. He stated that there had not been a death or any other tragedy in the family and could not understand why she had written that. I then asked him about the upsetting phone call that was about her sister. He stated that he could not think of anything that would be upsetting. He stated that one sister was in the service overseas, that would be Julie, and the other sister was with them and they could not think of anything. After speaking with, this is redacted, somebody called to speak with me. I asked her if she remembered the last time she saw Maura. She stated that she saw her in the early afternoon. She was at the water fountain, and Maura passed by with a box of wine, a backpack, and a large hockey bag. She stated that she could hear glass bottles clanking together in the hockey bag and assumed Maura was just returning bottles. I then asked if she had any idea if Maura was moving out of the dorm. She stated she did not, nor did any of the resident life staff. She also stated that during the semester, Maura has always seemed to be alone. She also stated that Maura never uses the bathroom on the floor that she lived on, but instead goes to the 5th floor to use a private bathroom. I then contacted Cecil Smith of Haverhill. I asked him if he had found a hockey bag, a backpack, and a box of wine in the vehicle. He said that he found all of the items except for the backpack. That backpack is missing. He also stated that there was that 12-pack of Labatt Blue in the vehicle as well. Jump down a little bit here. On February 21st, so now we're a week or so, what is that? 21. So what is that? 12 days since the disappearance. February 21st. This person came to UMass Police Department as part of the investigation of his missing daughter. So we're talking about Fred. Fred came to UMass. As part of that visit, Fred went with myself and Lieutenant Thrasher to Maura's room. All parties put on gloves before entering the room. While in the room, Fred was not surprised by the neatness of the packing. He said that raising his children mostly by himself, I believe Maura and her siblings lived with their mother, which it's kind of a weird thing. Anyways, he said that raising his children mostly by himself, he had a, quote, clean as you go policy, end quote. If you used a dish, you cleaned it right after. Mr. Murray also seemed to become a little withdrawn after the viewing, stating that by seeing the room, he now knew that Maura was, quote, not coming back to UMass, end quote. Later on, I called Fred and asked for consent to enter his daughter's room to look for clues that may assist in locating her. Fred said, yes, of course, please, anything you can do. At 9:45, Area Coordinator Gay Reinhold keyed the room, and Officer Roberts and I searched for clues. As reported earlier, the personal belongings in the room were packed as if the occupant was prepared to move out of the dorm. Also, I should say this is a little piece that doesn't get mentioned a lot, but that I discovered during the course of my reporting. This comes from a source that was working closely with Fred at the time, who said, is like a private investigator type of guy. He said that they discovered Maura had been submitting applications to bars closer to home, back towards UMass, or back towards Hanson, the Hanson, Mass area. That she was applying for jobs as if she was leaving college. Anyways, back here. I photographed the room using a Sony digital camera. Those images are included with this report. Nothing was revealed by a search of her personal belongings about where Maura was traveling to, but Officer Roberts discovered email instant messages on her computer that indicated she was upset about learning her boyfriend Bill Rausch had cheated on her. Those instant messages were copied on a floppy disk and printed out upon returning to the station. I notified Chief Williams, back in Haverhill, of these emails and faxed them to him. He informed me that his department is being assisted by New Hampshire State Police, and he has scheduled an appointment to re-interview Bill Rausch. Because Bill Rausch had previously indicated to Williams that there was no strain in his relationship with Maura Murray. As we know about Bill, though, very good about lying. If you want to know more about that, look into the report I did concerning these women in D.C. that accused him of sexual assault, sexual harassment. He was charged with a felony. He got that pled down to misdemeanor, and when he was charged with the felony, was stalking his mistress. So it's a mess. Later on, called Chief Williams to verify he had received the message about the outdated emails. Had previously, he's talking about these emails about finding out that Bill had cheated on her, and whether they considered a motive for Maura's leaving. He was grateful for the information and was re-interviewing Bill and Fred later this morning. He stated a 20-mile grid search of the area was being conducted. Hadley, this is a note that says Hadley Quality Inn. This is a hotel outside of UMass. So the detective at UMass is following up on the events leading up to Maura's disappearance. He knows Fred Murray, her father, stayed at the Hadley Quality Inn. So he calls Hadley Quality Inn to get some records. Received check and receipts for Fred Murray. Dates February 7th, and he reserved the room for 2 nights for 2 adults. He also reserved rooms for the previous November 21st. He had visited Hadley. He reserved that for 1 night for 2 adults. He was there 2 weeks before that, November 7th, 2003. Again, 1 night, 2 adults. February 21st, 2003, 2 nights, 2 adults. The manager stated the same young woman, meaning Maura Murray, had stayed with Fred each time he stayed at the hotel. She also stated that it was not unusual for the hotel to have parents and college-age children staying together. This is called to North Amherst Motors, photoed they had a car. This has to do with the car Maura crashed in Hadley. So that night of the party, Saturday before she disappeared, she crashed her father's car in Hadley just outside the university. Photos incorporated in this report. They had not begun repairs yet on Fred's car because there was a question about whether the insurance would cover the cost since Maura was not on the policy. That might have been a source of some frustration at the very least. The insurance company, though, later determined they would cover the cost because of the circumstances, meaning Maura's disappearance. He also received a log receipt, which is included in this case file. Here we go. Here's a witness statement from Matt Clark, the third floor resident RA of Kennedy Dorm. He track team member. He last saw Maura February 6th around 2 o'clock. And at that time, Maura was upset because someone had stolen her bag. There's a witness statement from another track team member stated Maura became quite a different person when she drank alcohol beverages. This is starting to go against that narrative that we were told that Maura didn't really have a drinking problem. Here's a report from Detectives Kidwell or Avik and I met the track teams with coaches at Curry Hicks Cage. We had arranged to meet there because she had not responded to our many attempts to contact her. I believe they're talking about Kate Markopoulos here. They had arranged to meet with Kate Markopoulos because she had not responded to our many attempts to contact her. Again, this goes against that narrative that have been put out by the official places that Kate had been forthcoming from the very beginning, that she had spoken to police immediately and was very cooperative. I've known that that was not true, and it's good to see that reflected in this report. And we're going to get to why. The track team was leaving for a meet. Detective Kidwell and I interviewed Kate in a closed office. She was visibly upset before the interview started and became more emotional as we progressed. She stated she had no idea Maura was preparing to leave or what was bothering her. She denied that Maura drank alcohol much, any more than any college student, or had any behavioral changes when she drank. Kate knows for a fact that is not true. And I don't want to even go into some of the reports of what happened with the track team and after hours and drinking, but that is not true. I asked Kate to detail the events of Friday night before Maura drove to New Hampshire. She stated Maura's dad, Fred, Maura, and herself went to Liquors 44 at about 2100 hours. So what is that, about 9 o'clock? Bought a box of wine, and Maura bought some too, but Kate didn't know what... anyways, she's talking about the brewing company. At around 11:30 that night, they dropped Fred off at the Quality Inn and took his car back to the dorm area. They entered Coolidge Dorm. That's where the party was, being held in Sarah Alfieri's room. Now, Sarah worked with Maura at an art gallery on campus. That's how they knew each other. They entered the Coolidge dorm and went to Sarah's room, where she was entertaining a group including, this part's redacted, roommate, another guy and girl, and 3 other guys. So how many people is that? Entertaining a group including Sarah, Kate, Maura, her roommate, and her roommate also is not talking. I've tried for years. Another guy and girl and 3 other guys. So now we finally have a number. Everybody in that room, Sarah and Kate, have said they don't remember how many people were there or what their names were. There were 9. 9 people at that party. At around 1:30 a.m., Kate and Maura wanted to leave, so the 3 boys offered to walk with them. Kate stated they walked the short distance to Kennedy Dorm from Coolidge Dorm, which is only about 100 feet. I didn't realize they were that close. Maura entered the lobby with one of the boys, while Kate walked back to Coolidge with the others. Kate stated she does not know who these boys are, but knows that Sarah knows the cousin of one of them. Again, this is a little different than what we were told. We were told that one of the boys was Sarah's cousin. That seems to not be true. It seems that Sarah knew one of the cousins of the boys. and Kate has not seen or heard from Maura since then. Kate became very upset during this interview. She said she was tired of answering the same questions over and over and just wanted us to find her. She was crying and said she doesn't trust the police because her father was jailed for 4 years in New York for something he didn't do. Now, I've gotten a lot of flack for including that detail in my book, True Crime Addict, when I discussed this incident with Kate's father. Obviously, it does have bearing on this case. As I suspected, it was the reason why Kate didn't want to cooperate and talk to the police.
Man, who's keeping track of all the Rener vindications here? I mean, it's like almost every single thing he's vindicated on from what he reported on. So, yeah, and of course, I mean, Kate Markopoulos, we went over the interview that was released with her, the Foiaa documents or leaked documents, whatever. I went over them before, and she actually came off a lot better, to where I kind of was thinking maybe she really doesn't know anything. Maybe all of this is simply because she doesn't like the po-po. And also, I mean, the FBI were on the ground at UMass early on as well. We don't know exactly, who they talked to, but apparently they talked to a lot of people as well.
What happened was that, according to court records, Kate's father was building pipe bombs at his house. One of these pipe bombs showed up on the doorstep of his neighbor, and he was accused of trying to blow up his neighbor, and he went to prison for this. Now, that pipe bomb, there's really no discussion or argument about where it came from. It came from Kate's father, who's building pipe bombs in his property. Why is he doing that? Certainly doesn't sound good. Kate has always maintained that he didn't do this. He was framed. Now, it's interesting to note that neighbor had a daughter that went to school with Kate. So I don't understand. If Kate's father didn't do this, who put the pipe bomb at that house? A search of the dormitory sign-in sheets revealed, and this is where they're trying to track down the boys that were at this party. Detective Kidwell contacted one of the boys after finding his name in this report. He provided a written statement by email. The 3 boys are not UMass students. The others also subsequently provided statements. This is kind of a big deal. And these 3 gentlemen have never talked about this, at least publicly. But they certainly would have some more information about what happened at that party and what happened afterwards. I'd love to talk to them. If you have any information about this, please contact me directly, jameswrenner@gmail.com. And then they get into learning about the UMass Outing Club cabin. Now, the Outing Club cabin is in a little town called Bethlehem, New Hampshire, and if you were to go the route that Maura went and continued, you'd eventually get to that area of Bethlehem where the Outing Club cabin is. Now, in this report, the police come to the conclusion that they had somebody go and check the cabin. Nobody was in there, but the cabin was only rented out on weekends. And remember, Maura disappeared on a Monday. So they're trying to figure out if maybe she went to this Outing Club cabin, but they kind of come to the conclusion that she didn't know about it, which is false, most likely, because Maura was having an affair with her track coach, a guy named Hussein Baghdadi, who's a nice guy. He was very open with me on the phone. He's the one that confirmed their affair. And said that Maura had mentioned about running away. She had also never mentioned her father. And when Maura talked about running away, he always assumed Mexico, but he didn't know for sure. Hussein Baghdadi was a member of this outing club, would often go to the outing club cabin and hike in the White Mountains. I've always thought that maybe her destination that night could have been the outing club cabin.
So, okay, we went over Baghdadi. There's some major questions with him. I mean, I didn't really want to get into the Alden Olson theories about what is it, organ harvesting or egg harvesting for cloning or genetic engineering or whatever he was saying about Maura. But Baghdadi was kind of involved. I mean, there were actually UMass professors and researchers who actually did get busted for black market stuff at UMass. So it's not like Alden Olson puts forth theories without any receipts at all. I mean, there now whether or not that's related to Maura, that's a separate question. But the theories he proposes, I mean, there's groundwork laid there. There's precedent. Adam in the chat says Tim Carpenter's red truck didn't have wooden slats unless he removed them somehow. There's a photo of it from '04. Also, wasn't a very old model truck like the one described by R.O. His truck looked more modern for that time. Yeah, I mean, so they were stopping red trucks that night, which is also weird, because if it's a standard DUI walkaway, why are they stopping red trucks that night, according to Frank Kelly? So, here's the other thing. Is it possible there was more than one red truck circling? So there was one with wooden slats, one without wooden slats? I mean, red trucks aren't that uncommon. So is it possible there was some confusion on the red trucks?
I will also say that I visited the outing club cabin. It's very easy to get into and is open during the week. Nobody's there. And at that location, I did find a copy of Not Without Peril, the same book that was in Maura Murray's car when she went missing. And at first, I thought that was kind of a big clue, but I looked into the numbers, and that book has sold tens of thousands of copies, so maybe not a big deal. I received a call from Detective Russ Hubbard of New Hampshire State Police asking if we had knowledge of Maura Murray being in possession of a hospital ID card. Put a pin in that. That's going to become important later. We're going to get to why that little bit came up. And asked what hospital she and Maura went to. She informed me that Norwood Caritas in Norwood, Massachusetts was one of the hospitals, and Providence Hospital in Holyoke, Massachusetts is where she was doing some clinicals. I contacted both hospitals. They faxed me copies of ID cards of Maura, and I faxed them to Detective Hubbard. Let's go on. On February 13th, 2004, I, Detective Oravik, went to room 415. They go back into Maura's room. They check out her computer. After the imaging process was complete, the image was successfully verified. I scanned the image for viruses. This is, they're talking about the hard drive. Discovered approximately 6 Trojan horse viruses that were cleaned and deleted for the image. I performed several keyword searches. I was able to locate some hits for Mapquest.com and discovered that Maura had made inquiries for driving directions to Burlington, Vermont and 430 East Street, Lenox, Massachusetts. This has not been discussed enough, I don't think. I also located 2 searches for hotels in Burlington, Vermont. These searches were made on Monday, February 9th, the date she disappeared. Kidwell contacted all these hotels and advised them of the situation. I contacted Burlington PD, spoke to Officer Lewis and advised him of the situation, gave him a description of Ms. Murray. I also contacted Lenox PD and spoke to Officer Bill Colvin. He advised me that 430 contacted all these has not been discussed enough. 6 Trojan horse viruses that were cleaned and deleted for the image. I performed several keyword searches. I was able to locate some hits for Mapquest.com and discovered that Maura had made inquiries for driving directions to Burlington, Vermont and 430 East Street, Lenox, Massachusetts. This has not been discussed enough, I don't think. I also located 2 searches some hits from Mapquest.com and discovered that Maura had made inquiries for driving directions to Burlington, Vermont and 430 East Street, Lenox, Massachusetts.
It's kind of unclear there. He's saying she made those searches from Lenox, Massachusetts? Let me look at the exact document here. Okay. Search. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, so it looks like Maura made inquiries for driving directions to Burlington, Vermont and 430 East Street, Lenox, Massachusetts. So she made she made searches to do 2 different areas. Okay, or someone using the computer. 430 East Street, Lenox. That's kind of weird. So this is Eastover Estate and Eco Village area. So this is, or at least this is what it is now. So it's an Eco Village estate available for rentals, events, workshops, retreats, healing art services, and it also has cottages and rooms you can book. That's interesting. That's definitely interesting. So that is west of Amherst, about halfway to Albany. Huh. Kind of interesting. Completely out of the way of everywhere else, except for Springfield, Massachusetts. That's right next to Springfield, Massachusetts. There's that Springfield phone number. Oh wow, that's curious. That's curious. I'm gonna call it right here because we got so much more to go over here, and we'll pick up in the next More Murray Q&A. We'll pick up right here, and I'll do some more digging on Lenox and Springfield because it looks like that's too coincidental that this retreat is right next to Springfield. So she might have called and talked to somebody right next to the retreat and also looked up directions to the retreat. Did she have options on where she so if she's leaving UMass, actually, it's not next to, what the heck is going on with this map? It is not next to Springfield. It's about an hour from Springfield. What is going on here, man? My internet's really weird today. Okay. Springfield is next to Holyoke, one of the hospitals she did clinicals at. Huh. And that is not too far from Hadley and Amherst. Then you gotta go west about an hour, 40-some miles, to get to this retreat. But actually, so Springfield is on the way to the retreat if you're going down 91. Okay. I'm obviously not from that area. Okay. So, I mean, any final points here? We're definitely going to have to do a follow-up here. We got plenty more to get to, including the hospital ID and all of these things. But now we have an extra location that was searched that could be critical here. It very well could be. So, does anybody have any final points they want to make? I mean, there's just so many unanswered questions here. We have this guy who we went over. Is there a connection there? It seems like, okay, so if these actions all are her own, is she simply fielding a few different options of where to stay? I mean, there's Vermont, New Hampshire, and now Massachusetts is a viable option. She's searching for bartending jobs near her hometown. I mean, I really don't know what's going on here. Walking in 4 cases. What about the random car part found inside the Saturn? Did it match any make or model SB was known to drive? That's an interesting question. I don't know if anybody's followed up on that. Did he even have... I don't think so. I think we went over either his vehicle or a vehicle he was using. I don't think it was a match. But, yeah. Clark says she was pretty much broke. How was she paying for hotel resort rental? Yeah, I mean, she withdrew whatever cash she had. Did she, if we're not trusting Fred, did Fred give her the several $1,000s, in which case she would have had some kind of cash, or is she not traveling alone, in which case the other party would have cash? We don't know. We really don't know. Walking in 4K says UMass cabin would be free if she just broke in. That's an interesting point as well. I mean, we went over the cabin. It just doesn't seem like there's enough there. So, and a lot of these places are all in opposite directions, so that's another issue. And then we still don't have an explanation for all the upper agency involvement in this hamlet in the middle of nowhere in Haverhill, New Hampshire. So, but anyway, I'll be back. We got to do the next part of this pretty soon because we got to go over all this. So either tomorrow night or the night after, we'll round out the Rener video with all of this new information. And we'll see what we can connect. So thanks again, everybody, for joining us. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off. You are listening to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. This is the Maura series. This is live Q&A. Part 6, examining the newly released UMass PD records. James Rener's thoughts on all of this, and attempting to connect further dots with previously released information. I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again. This is one of these cases that possibly has the most amount of raw data regarding not only the missing person, their last movements, not directly their last movements, but the days preceding their last movements. No shortage of dozens of individuals connected with them, dozens of individuals connected with the area where their car ended up, and even connections between where they were last seen and where their vehicle ended up. Just so many rabbit holes here. One of the most perplexing cases of the modern age. If you find the Mindshock podcast interesting and informative, want to help keep up awareness in unsolved cases, cold cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, and more, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. If you're not getting YouTube notifications, sign up for Patreon. Even the free tier, it's completely free, will give you all your notifications. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section, or if you are with us here live, drop them in the live chat. I'll try to get to each and every one of them. We're doing this particular live Q&A at a different time than usual, so we'll see if most people will be able to make it. You can't win them all. Some people from all over the world, obviously. Different time zones, so not everybody can make every U.S. nighttime live. So here we are. We're going to pick up right where we left off with James Rener, the one and only James Rener, who has been vindicated time and time again regarding this case and other cases. Because a lot of the Rener haters, they keep saying he's making stuff up, yet time and time again, it turns out he was accurately relaying information that was relayed to him. Now, whether it's true or not, it's a separate issue, but he wasn't lying, he didn't make anything up, he's simply reporting information as he gets it. And it turns out those reports were all made as he has claimed. So, let's look at his thoughts here on the UMPD records, and then I will attempt to connect quite a few things, including one aspect we haven't talked about. Yes, in the near 100 episodes of Mindshock, we haven't touched on the hospital ID. Maura Murray's alleged hospital ID, the possibility that her ID was actually found in the woods, and we'll be looking at all of that and more.
Hey there. Some hits for Mapquest.com and discovered that Maura had made inquiries for driving directions to Burlington, Vermont and 430 East Street, Lenox, Massachusetts. This has not been discussed enough, I don't think. I also located 2 searches for hotels in Burlington, Vermont. These searches were made on Monday, February 9th, the date she disappeared.
Another curiosity here, whether it's Maura herself performing these actions or not, this actually is very, very curious, because this is pretty curious, because if someone, it's almost like if someone is staging her disappearance, whether it's herself or not, are they, so if it's Maura, is she simply looking for all these directions and hotels in order to make sure that anyone that goes over this is going to be spread out all over the place. I mean, you got Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, all these different places in different areas in different directions. You're going to be busy. You're not going to be able to find her because if this is all staged, she's going to be at none of these places. Now, obviously, the coincidence theorists and the Dunning-Kruger crowd, I mean, the mental capacity is just not there for them to consider anything other than what's going on in front of their face. So they're just going to hallucinate and assume that there's zero chance that anyone other than Maura is doing this, or that if Maura is doing it, she's doing it genuinely. She's genuinely looking for lodging. Because they don't have the mental capacity to comprehend that if somebody's staging something, or somebody's staging something for someone else, so let's say somebody harmed Maura, and they want to make it look like she's looking for lodging, they're gonna look up all these places that are nowhere near where she really is. So to intentionally just divide the resources of anybody looking for her, and it seems like it worked because in a lot of these searches, but I mean it's far more nefarious though, because I mean they didn't even really look. They didn't even really. I mean, did what was her name? The one at the Stowe in Stowe, Vermont, very popular resort area. They didn't even talk to the woman until how many months or years later? Like nobody even. So it's just kind of weird. It's like there was an order from above with upper agency involvement. I've gone over that before, but that aside, does it seem like someone is staging something here? Now the Lennox actually isn't that close to Springfield. My Google Maps was kind of glitching out. But it's, let's look over it just briefly here. Actually, give me a second. I want to get a better map here because Lennox, Massachusetts, I mean, this has not been discussed at all, to my knowledge. And so this is a clue, a potential clue. Let me get a good map here. Let's see. Just give me a minute here. I'm gonna get a map of a couple locations just so we can have it all visually on the screen to see if heads or tails can be made of this new Lennox location. So it's some kind of a resort. You can book rooms, you could book events, etc. Okay, so let's look at these maps here. So we have... So West Point to UMass here is about 159 miles, 3-hour drive. Okay, you could also... I mean, to go through Lenox, the Lenox area is actually almost the same distance. So look at this here. So from UMass to Lenox is 106 miles. So would that be a good meeting? Would that be a good halfway meeting point? UMass or West Point, UMass, Lenox. Is Lenox a good halfway meeting point from UMass here? Now it also goes through. You can take it through Springfield. About the same amount of time, a few minutes faster actually, through the Springfield area and the Holyoke area. That's the same area where Maura had clinicals, supposedly. So we have 3 maps here really telling the tale of how Lenox could possibly factor in here. I mean, this is very, very curious. To just dismiss that outright, and we don't really know exactly what was going on. Has she been in Lenox previously? So there's also the Springfield phone number that may or may not have a connection to someone on the track team. There possibly could be a Jessica C connection connected to the Aldridges, the criminals in the Haverhill area. I mean, there's a lot here. There's quite a lot here. And once again, this is the first time I believe Lenox has been brought up. So let's... Okay. Let's see here. Let me bring up the actual... Let me get the actual Foiaa file here on Lenox. Let's see. Okay. Alright, so it's going to be on the screen in a second. So here's the actual file with this resort information as well here. So they took Maura's computer for forensic examination. Okay. I was able to locate some hits from Mapquest.com and discover that, and look how sloppy this investigation, Maura made inquiries, as if nobody else could have used the computer, for driving directions to Burlington, Vermont, and 430 East Street, Lenox, Massachusetts. I also located 2 searches for hotels in the Burlington area. These searches were made Monday, February 9, 2004. Detective Kidwell contacted all of these hotels and advised them of the situation. So, 430 East Street, a resort called Eastover. Officer Colvin went to the resort with the photo and her description and showed it to several employees. No one had seen her. Colvin also checked to see if she had registered under her boyfriend's name. There was no record of him either, but so there was an employee that he would be returning to speak with. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting here. So, again, this is the first, I believe, anybody has really heard of Lenox, Massachusetts and Eastover, but it is in a curious location about halfway from West Point. And also, you have Holyoke and Springfield. So, how much time did she spend any time in Springfield or Lenox prior to this search, whether the search was or wasn't done by her? That's definitely a question. But let's continue here with Rener's thoughts.
Kidwell contacted all these hotels and advised them of the situation. I contacted Burlington PD, spoke to Officer Lewis and advised him of the situation, gave him a description of Ms. Murray. I also contacted Lenox PD and spoke to Officer Bill Colvin. He advised me that 430 East Street is a resort called Eastover. It still exists to this day if you want to check it out. Officer Colvin went to the resort with a photo and her description and showed it to several employees, but they had not seen her. Officer Colvin also checked to see if she had registered under her boyfriend's name, Bill Roush. There is no record of this either, but there is an employee by the name of, that's redacted, that he would be returning to speak with. So I don't know if there's just another Roush there or what. But so Maura was looking at resorts, not just in New Hampshire, but a resort in Massachusetts that is kind of in between UMass and Hanson, where her family was, where she lived. On February 20th, 2003, Detective Lieutenant Thrasher and I met with, I believe this is now, this is Sarah Alfieri. Sarah Alfieri comes in and talks to the police. And the reason I know this is Sarah is there's a point here where they forgot to redact her name. Sarah advised us that she was good friends with Maura and could not imagine why she may have left without telling anyone. Sarah said that she and Maura had been friends since spring of last year, 2003. Sarah advised us that she was good friends with Maura and could not imagine why she would have left without telling anyone. Sarah told us about a party, about a party, meaning a person named something, who worked with Maura at the Hampton Gallery.
And again, all the coincidence theorists, the Dunning-Kruger crowd, they maintain that it's not strange that Sarah or Kate didn't come up to search for Maura, because they weren't really her friends. That's what these goofs are hallucinating. When it keeps coming out, like, they're literally the 2 closest people to Maura. So it's kind of weird how, again, these coping goofs that just try to dismiss any and all, like, as if everything's above board, nothing is strange. Rener's the only one who's strange for asking questions, or whoever's strange for asking questions. So this is in the actual report here. So this information is coming straight from Sarah Alfieri herself. So it's so let me put that on the screen just to trigger the goofs further. I mean, this really is a good case study. in how coincidence theorists and the Dunning and narcissism and the Dunning-Kruger effect manifest within true crime discussion online. Because these goofs are proven wrong time and time again, but they still bootlick and pretend the investigation's all above board, everything's above board. Anybody asking questions, those are the crazy ones. Anyone who doesn't believe that it was all just a textbook car accident and she must have stumbled and got lost and died in the woods. So this is straight from the report here. So Sarah advised that she was good friends with Maura. Not just friends, good friends. So not acquaintances, not casual friends, good friends. She could not imagine why she may have left without telling anyone. She said that she and Maura had been friends since spring of last year. So, interesting. So, almost a whole year. They spent a lot of time together working there. Very interesting. Very interesting. Huh. And for the goofs that are hallucinating, this isn't Sarah. This redacted individual with the name that matches the which easily matches the amount of characters that Sarah has in the name, is talking about who's the supervisor at the art gallery, etc., etc. So if this isn't Sarah, what other good friend would this be that knew her, worked with her, and knows everybody at the art gallery? Just the level of gophery in this case is just insane here. Absolutely insane. So you're good friends with somebody for a year, and then you never want to talk about their case, you don't go up searching, etc., etc. All above board, according to the coincidence theorists.
He was a supervisor at the gallery, and Sarah stated that he was very friendly with Maura. I asked if she thought that he and Maura might have had some sort of relationships outside of work. She said she did not believe so, and laughed when she responded. I asked if they ever saw each other outside work, and Sarah said no, but she believed that the two may have gone out for coffee one time, meaning Maura and this guy.
And I actually went over this guy in the art gallery episode, so you can check that out for all. Apparently, there are some shady stories about this guy. I kind of forgot if he had a red truck or not. Did he have a red truck, or were people simply asking if he had a red truck and it was unknown?
I asked Sarah what she knew about Maura's family, and she said that Maura got along very well with her father. She also said that Maura and her father would go to New Hampshire hiking, and her brother Kurt would go on occasion as well. Sarah said that Maura was going to a clinical at a hospital near Boston. I asked Sarah about Maura and her drinking and social habits. She said that when Maura got drunk, she was happy. I asked her if she would hook up with guys at parties, and she said that Maura would make out with guys on parties on occasion. She also said that Maura would just kiss guys, and that was all. On Saturday, February 7th, Maura and Kate went to Amherst Brewing Company for dinner with Fred's father. Then Maura and Kate showed up at Sarah's dorm with 3 white males. So that's interesting. Maura and Kate, according to Sarah, show up with these 3 boys.
Yeah, that is curious. So they show up with not met there, or is this Sarah spinning a narrative? Also, Sarah's name is, they forgot to redact it one time, so not that not that anybody thinks it's not her talking here, but so this is the end of her account here. Very, very curious information here.
not from campus. They say they stayed there until 1:30 a.m. Sarah stated that she was very drunk that night and did not know exactly what time they left. Sarah said that Maura was in a good mood and she also seemed intoxicated, but not overly so. Maura also took photos that night with her camera phone. Be interesting to see those pictures, right? I asked Sarah if, in her opinion, Maura should have been driving that night, and she stated that Maura probably should not have been driving. I asked Sarah if, in her opinion, she thought Maura would have gotten into a car with someone in New Hampshire. Sarah said that she thought she would. She also said that Maura was sometimes overly trusting of people. I asked Sarah if she thought Maura would kill herself, and she said no. On Friday, February 20th, 2004, I called Maura's sister. I believe they're talking about Kathleen Murray here, who lives in Hanover. So that's Kathleen, who lives in Hanover, Mass, and asked her the following questions. Did you speak with Maura on Thursday, February 5th, 2004? Remember, this is shortly after the disappearance. There was, and before Maura disappeared, that Thursday was the night that she got a call. She got very upset during her work, was talking about her sister, and we were told that this call was with Kathleen. The detective says, to Kathleen, did you speak with Maura on Thursday? Kathleen says no. Kathleen said she had not spoken to Maura since sometime around January 15th. Kathleen asked why I was asking that question because she said that another police officer asked her the same question. Kathleen said she had called her from her student receptionist job and she was drinking while doing so. I asked her if she was drinking while she was at work and she said yes. So this is a little weird because now it sounds like Kathleen is saying, well, she called her, like Maura called her, and that Maura was drinking on the job. It's weird, though. It reads weird. Maura told her that she was concerned about her drinking. Oh, she might be saying, the way this is worded, it might be that Maura called Kathleen at work and Kathleen was drinking on the job. You'll have to read it. Let me know what you think. But, and she said she thought Maura was using a calling card because Maura made the statement, I think I have 15 minutes left on this card. Kathleen said that she and Maura got along very well. She said that Maura was very good about hiding her bulimia and would just get into a car and drive away for a while, then return a few hours later. Kathleen assumed she was making herself sick during those times. I asked Kathleen what she thought happened to Maura, and she thinks Maura was abducted. She lives with her fiancé, Tim. Back to the keyword searches, the detective comes back to that. I performed several keyword searches for the following words. The first word is redacted. That's probably a name. Then he also searched suicide, pregnancy, Vermont, White Mountains, and Tuckerman's Ravine.
Tuckerman's Ravine? That's interesting. Before we get to that, it does read a little weird with Kathleen on who's drinking where. Is it possible Maura was drinking at work and she got fired that particular night? Something nobody discusses. So Tuckerman's Ravine is a ski area on the southeast face of Mount Washington. Interesting. That's interesting. It's on the other side of Mount Washington from Bretton Woods, which, if people recall, that's where Alden Olson was posting ski tickets, etc., and some cryptic maps. That's curious. I mean, everything seems to come back to Alden Olson one way or another. It's pretty weird. It's pretty weird. And this is also in the Bartlett area where Fred Murray said he thought she was going. Yeah, this is quite curious here. Let's take a look at this next, because I don't remember this ravine being discussed previously. But here's the map, so, you know, on a road it takes a while to go around, but it seems to be literally right on the other side of Bretton Woods, Mount Washington. And Alden Olson posted this. Bretton Woods, February 11th, adult lodging. Kind of random. And this is the individual that was taunting James Rener. All sorts of threats and the like. Happy anniversary video, etc., etc. This is a weird guy, but he posted a lot about the Iranian connection in the UMass area. And then he posted some kind of cryptic map of potentially, I don't know if it was, people were trying to figure out. So apparently he posted this cryptic drawing. He did not say it was Bretton Woods, but apparently it matches Bretton Woods, and he also posted about Bretton Woods in the past. He posted quite a bit on this case. Make of that what you will. I mean, truly a bizarre. This guy was a Walmart greeter from Hadley. And he was also in the UMass library, and I believe he's a former UMass alum as well as Fred Murray. So the coincidence stack is quite high with Alden Olson. So some people believe that he believes that her body is somewhere around Bretton Woods. Now, is it possible people, they went to Bretton Woods and somehow ended up on the Tuckerman Ravine on the other side? Unclear. Let me post the document here for anybody doubting that this is actually in the documents. Now, it's kind of curious. So, this is the document here. Mapquest search City of Burlington, Vermont. Mapquest searches to Lenox, Massachusetts. Several AOL Instant Messenger conversations to several different people. So, not to one person, to different people. 2 of them possibly from West Point. Now, see, upon completion, the image was verified. I began and discovered the following items. So, this individual, I performed. What does I performed mean? So, that's this officer. So, why is he searching these following words? Because they were previously searched or other reasons? Tuckerman's Ravine here. That's very specific. I mean, that's surely very specific. Huh. And then what isn't talked about is apparently there was some kind of a ski trip. The UMass ski team, were they up near Bretton Woods? Now, who's ready for another Mindshock? This one's not new. This one is not a new Mindshock. But who knows? Who can guess what I'm going to bring up next? In this case of absolutely never-ending coincidences that simply never stop. Never-ending coincidences here. So let me bring this on the screen. This is an individual that the AI analysis for some reason favored the most as to who the individual that knew what happened to Maura the most. And this is, of course, the email from Erin Larkin to James Rener before she became involved in the case, or at least before she became involved officially. This is Erin Larkin's email here. the gorilla ontologist herself. If you haven't checked out the episode on gorilla ontology, check it out. The coincidence that sends coincidence theorists into conniptions onto the origin of gorilla ontology. They don't want to touch it. They're too mentally weak to even discuss what gorilla ontology is or why Aaron Larkin, of all names, would have picked that name. So, the one and only Aaron Larkin. Has she been quiet on the case for a while? I don't even know. How quiet has she been? She's the one that said that James Rener made up everything about Bill Rausch. There were no actual victims or police reports of Bill Rausch. There was never going to be a trial. Then she ends up being a witness at the trial that she said would never happen because James Rener made it up. I mean, just the level of goofery here put forth by Aaron Larkin and her defenders. Just the Dunning-Kruger crowd that endlessly circles around this case online. So this is her original email to James Rener. And again, Alden Olson posted all of this. Like, how did Alden know about Bretton Woods? Is he making stuff up? I don't know. So the email here, I made a comment about cell phones and Kate M. a few weeks ago on your blog. You asked me for me to email you directly. Sorry for the delayed response. It slipped my mind for a bit. I was on the track team February 2004 and knew Kate, but wasn't really friends with Maura. So what does that mean? Acquaintances? I also worked the same security job at Maura. I mean, who could? The amount of coincidences here. She has the same exact job. She's on the same exact track team. And and you think, for those that don't think that can write off those coincidences, I mean, here comes some astronomical ones. I was actually returning from a family ski trip that Monday night, and it's possible I drove past the accident. But if I did, I don't recall. Like, who would say something like that? Like, why would you even bring that up if you don't remember? I mean, it's just so weird. It's almost like it's setting up damage control, because if she were really there... For example, some people think Kate and Sarah went up with Maura. There was the butts and sightings, etc. Well, if it was Aaron Larkin there instead, is it possible, or she was meeting with them, was there some party up there that people don't want to talk about? But I mean, who would insert themselves into the case like this? Now, so she's returning... So she also says here, I want to be cautious about staying off the radar because of my job. I work in politics in D.C. So, just start up a podcast and call yourself the Gorilla Ontologist. That's cool. So anyway, this is Aaron Larkin. Now, supposedly, it was Bretton Woods where she was skiing. Let me see if I can find a source on that. That's what people were saying online. I don't know if that was 100% confirmed. Oh, it looks like it was. So give me a second here. So this is Rener's blog here. And obviously for some reason, she just continued defending Bill Rausch against James Rener and all of that. But here's the receipt here. This is a November 28th, 2018 post, unless it was reposted. I don't know the original date, but here it is. Here's the exact screenshot from his blog here. A little more background on Aaron Larkin. For those unfamiliar, Aaron was on the track team at UMass and told me that Kate Markopoulos, Maura's best friend at UMass, a person who has never fully cooperated with investigators, was her big big sister, as that's supposed to be, or mentor on the team. I met Aaron in person at CrimeCon 2017. We met at a bar in part to iron out some issues she had with me. She was visibly shaking when we began. Whether from nerves or some fear, I don't know. I mean, have we misread this whole situation? Is Aaron Larkin the good guy here? Is she the hero of the story? And Bill Rausch threatened her or other parties to carry out this agenda against James Rener. So she knew, so she was putting all this false info out and trying to downplay anything against Bill Rausch because she was paid or threatened to do so, not because she really wanted to. And her cry for help was guerrilla ontologist for people to notice that name. And that was kind of the behind-the-scenes cry for help. And it was all ignored. I don't know, just a theory. Again, I don't claim anything is true or untrue. The motto here, of course, is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. I don't claim anybody is innocent or guilty about anything. So, after a couple drinks, she relaxed a bit. She told me she was skiing at Bretton Woods the week Maura went missing and suffered an injury there. So the day Maura Murray disappears, allegedly, Aaron Larkin is injured and is off the track team. I mean, that's curious. There's a lot that goes on that Monday. I mean, you know, you got DEA, U.S. Marshal activity in this small little hamlet in the middle of nowhere where Aaron Larkin might have actually drove by. This staged accident scene where they were stopping red trucks all night. I mean, just the coincidence stack is just so astronomical. It could really do your head in if you're looking at it logically. So, Bretton Woods is in New Hampshire, a 20-minute drive from Bartlett, where Fred Murray believes his daughter was driving. I'm not sure what is happening with Aaron Larkin at the moment. Recently, she posted a map to my house online. I always kept my address unlisted because I have children. She also posted the names of my siblings and their addresses. Why, question mark, I have no idea. Some weird attempted intimidation, I guess. But what is most sickening is how she has tried at every turn to downplay the allegations of SA against Bill Rausch, writing some of them off as one-night stands. It is clear her agenda is to add misinfo to the case. For what reason? I do not know. And again, this is just all bonkers, how she continued to deny that there was ever even going to be a trial involving Bill Rausch and some of these allegations, because they were all made up by Rener. Then she ends up as a witness at the actual trial that she claimed would never happen. I mean, it's crazy. Welcome, Clark, in the chat. Clark, of course, is the eyewitness and cited Maura Murray on 2 occasions at West Point. If you can remind everybody of the year. I always forget. I mean, there's just too much to keep track of here, but it was a number of years after all of this. So, this is very curious on why, because this all stems from Tuckerman Ravine, right? Because right on the other side of Mount Washington from Tucker Ravine is Bretton Woods, where supposedly Aaron Larkin was skiing and said that she may or may not have driven past the staged accident in Haverhill, which is weird. Then you have the one and only Alden Olson, who also threatened James Rener. I mean, there's a lot of anti-Rener stuff going on here. That's what Alden and Aaron Larkin have in common here, is just being very anti-Rener. But Alden Olson posts not only ski tickets to Bretton Woods, but this cryptic map. So he posted this part right here. This weird zigzag 12758. It seems like it could possibly be a map of Bretton Woods, but who knows? But he did post the Bretton Woods ticket. Now, it's February 11th, but I don't know. I mean, this is weird. Then you have Aaron Larkin skiing at Bretton Woods. Now, supposedly, there was also... Was the UMass ski team... Let me double check what's going on with the UMass ski team. So the weekend before the disappearance, they were at Loon Mountain, not Bretton Woods. Huh. And then, of course, there's the Loon Mountain 3 theory. We don't even need to get into that here. I mean, that would take another hour. I've gone over it extensively before. That's curious. So they were at Loon Mountain, not Bretton Woods. Loon Mountain not that far from the staged accident. But yes, they also... Bretton Woods was on their schedule between... So it was on their schedule. Bretton Woods, Cannon Mountain. Okay. Alright. So make of that what you will. Getting a little bit of lag. Clark, if you want to expand on whatnot in the chat, I'm just going to take a minute here to get the lag back down, and we'll resume with James Rener. Okay, we should be good. Alright, let's continue with James Renner here.
And then provides a report about those results. Obviously, there were some hits on. He also searched suicide, pregnancy, Vermont, White Mountains, and Tuckerman's Ravine. And then provides a report about those results. Obviously, there were some hits on those. Let me jump into this. I've got this divided into 2 documents. And we'll jump further into this because there's a few other points that are worth noting, but we're getting close to the end here. So remember those searches that, up to this point, we were told that Maura had searched for directions to Burlington. Apparently, she did a little more than that and searched specific hotels. The detective found a search done on her computer of hotels in the Burlington, Vermont area, and she searched a lot. I'm going to list them. Courtyard Burlington in Williston, Sheraton Burlington Hotel and Conference Center, Holiday Inn, South Burlington, Holiday Inn Express, South Burlington, Best Western Windjammer Inn and Conference Center, Econo Lodge and Suites, Mainstay Suites, South Burlington, Fairfield Inn, Burlington, Comfort Inn, South Burlington, Travelodge, Shelburne, Clarion Hotel and Suites Conference Center, and Super 8 Burlington, South Vermont. So she's looking for hotels. The biggest question is, how many rooms is she looking for? As we know, she made one call to that resort in New Hampshire, not far from where she crashed, was not able to get a room, but she was looking at a condo that had 2 bedrooms. Let's see. This is one of the boys who called back, the boys from the party who called back to the police. He called from a cell number and he gave the following statement. My friend blank and me went to the 10th floor and met Sarah. This is where we met Sarah Alfieri. We left around midnight and walked Maura home. Maura went upstairs to her room to get something for blank. We hung out in the lobby for a while. We went back to Coolidge around 12:30. So they left the party at one time, then came back around 12:30 for an hour.
Now, this is really critical information because I've mentioned this before. There may have been at least one other party that night. And did they go to this off-campus area, which some people have even managed to connect to Jessica C. and even Concrete Guy, and possibly some kind of individuals that were known to both of them? So again, if there was some kind of a drug angle, I mean, that would be quite curious. That could possibly connect a lot of things. If there was a drug angle, including the late night calls to Domino's and all of that. So let me bring up the UMass map here. So there's the Patrick Massey hit and run, and then there's also this Phillips Street address, which is curious. Some people actually think Maura was staying there. She wasn't actually staying in her dorm room for whatever reasons, but yeah, this Phillips Street address here. Quite the party house, according to some. Not that far from the dorms. And on this map here, you could see also the Hadley accident in the other direction. So there's at minimum a missing hour here. At minimum. And that's curious. That's definitely curious that there's a missing hour. Huh. I'm going to put the statement here. I mean, part of it is obviously redacted. And we don't know about any follow-up conversations here either. Now, one would guess that this is not... Hold on a second. Let me get this statement on the screen. So, supposedly... So, 10th floor, that is where met redacted, that is where met redacted. We left around midnight, walked redacted, Maura home. Maura went upstairs to her room to get something for redacted. Is that Sarah? We hung out in the lobby for a while and redacted. We went back to Coolidge around 12:30. That's interesting. Okay, we went up to the 12th floor, hung out in the elevator lobby. We tried to get into the lounge, but it was locked. So, wait a second. This guy can't get into a lounge with somebody who works for UMPD security? We went to the 20th floor for a minute? Around 2:30. So, 12:30. So, there's 2 hours here? Went to the 20th floor for a minute. Around 2:30, I went to Redacted's room and Maura went home. Would that be back to Sarah's room? I mean, this account is quite shady. But is this or is this not Stefan? Supposedly it's not. So what does everybody make of this timeline here? So they were not in the room the entire time. They were all over. Potentially up to 2 hours away then back. Clark in the chat says 2014. Clark says, I'm a former Army officer professor at West Point 2008 to 2012. I reported an encounter I had with Maura Murray in the autumn of 2014 to the New Hampshire State Police and to James Rener. My sightings, 2 of them, occurred on the same day. I exchanged hello with Maura at the North Dock trailhead for flirtation walk. She had 2 young children with her. Very curious.
We tried to get into the lounge, but it was locked. Around 2:30, I went to Sarah's room, and Maura went home. More on those hotel searches. And they're still trying to track down the boys. Here's one that responded, received a call from blank advising that he, along with some friends, had found what they... Oh, wait, no, this is the big clue that is in here that I think might be really important and I think was misreported when it was talked about. Here's the clue. This comes from February 28th, 2005. I'm sorry, December 28th, 2005. So a year and almost 2 years after Maura went missing. The police department received a call from blank advising that he, along with some friends, had found what they believed to be Maura's hospital ID in Ossipee, New Hampshire. I think I'm saying that town right, Ossipee. And stated that the ID was found in the area of an old dump by a cemetery in Ossipee, New Hampshire. And he's willing to take officers to the site. The item was found the week before Thanksgiving while the men were hunting. So it was found around Thanksgiving 2005. Now, it's clear by the wording here that these hunters, these men, found what they think was Maura's hospital ID at this old dump by a cemetery in Ossipee, New Hampshire, but left it there. And I think that's important. They were going to take the officers back to the site to see if they could find it. That's why the officer was asking for copies of Maura's hospital ID. Now, we've been told that nothing of Maura's has ever been found. And while that's technically true, the way that statement was given was to say that nothing came of this clue, which I think could be very important. If Maura's body possibly ended up in that area and her ID, or at least her things were dumped there at this old dump. I think what is more likely is that these hunters brought the officer back to that scene and then could not find that ID again. So just saying that, anyways, I think it's an important clue. There's some talk about the ATM video.
Okay, so this is critical information here on this ID, which we did not discuss on Mindshock yet. Clark in the chat, second sighting occurred the same day. Later that evening during an indoor volleyball event at Gill's Fieldhouse, I passed her again. She was peering through a crack in a storm door that led outside. We had a brief conversation. I was not aware of Maura's case at the time. Years later, I saw the case reported on TV, instantly recognized her, and reported my sighting. Welcome, Kill the Bank, in the chat here. All right, so let's go over this ID here and a few other things. Let's see if we can make some connections here. So, here is a map. So this is the, in quotations, accident scene, which is about 16 and a half miles north of Warren, which is where the Wrathbun sighting of, or one of two possible sightings of Tim Carpenter. Then 30 miles to the northeast is Pemigewasset Overlook, where a backpack potentially being Maura Murray's was reported. Ossipee is about 56 miles southeast from Warren. This is where the possible hospital ID, which may or may not have been Maura's, was reported. A lot going on here. And again, Brenton Woods not too far north of Bartlett. Perhaps I should add something there for Brenton Woods, since we were talking about that. Give me a second to get that on the screen here. And so Brenton Woods is up there. Mount Washington area. Okay. So... Okay. So here we have... There's also potentially a few other backpacks. There's also potentially a backpack found at the A-frame near the accident scene. And also another backpack found potentially in the Londonderry area. Of course, the infamous Londonderry pings. Now, I have a map here. Of both Londonderrys. So there's a Londonderry in Vermont and one in New Hampshire. And also here's the radius of how far the phone call could have been placed from either one of them. And Ossipee is not that far from the Londonderry in New Hampshire. Oh, actually it is. Well, hold on a second. Oh yeah, actually it's about 73 miles north. So, yeah, actually it's a bit from Londonderry. But supposedly there was another backpack found near Londonderry, New Hampshire. So let me bring up that clip from Julie Murray.
If you followed my missing sister Maura's case, you have probably heard about the alleged backpack that was found mentioned in this question. But have you heard about the other backpack? Let me tell you about it. In 2007, investigators contacted my family about this black backpack that was found under suspicious circumstances in southern New Hampshire. This stands out to me because the day my sister disappeared, there was a ping to her cell phone from Londonderry, New Hampshire, which is about 100 miles south of where her car was found. This backpack was found very close to Londonderry, New Hampshire. The cold case unit is aware of all of the backpacks. But what do you guys think? Let's talk about it. I'll see you in the comments. If you followed my 2007, investigators contacted my family about this black backpack that was found under suspicious circumstances in southern New Hampshire.
So there's 3 backpacks. There's the one in Pemigewasset. All information disappeared after that. There's the one found in or around the A-frame, most, again, all unverified. And then there's also this one that was found near Londonderry. Okay. Man, it's lucky we don't have Maxwell on this one. Okay. Clark says, all cadets at the time were issued identical black backpacks by USMA. More than likely, if it was Maura's West Point bag, it would have any logos or manufacturers or marks blacked out with a Sharpie. So the bag I have on the screen from Pemigewasset is the one that was on her missing poster. Doesn't really look blacked out, although, I don't know. That's supposedly her exact backpack. But apparently not the shoes. The color of the shoes were black with these white stripes. So, yeah, deciphering the tale of 3 backpacks is quite difficult. Quite difficult. Let's get more into the hospital ID. So this is a so let's see here. Let's go over Julie Murray's tweet first. Then we'll go over a conversation with James Renner on the Sham subreddit, the Maura Murray Sham subreddit on Reddit, where they do not allow logical discussion, just a bunch of trolls, but occasionally some posts slip through, and Renner did post on there. So let's look at Julie's tweet first. 19 years ago, reports surfaced about the discovery of 2 IDs. One in New Hampshire, one in Vermont. My family was notified, law enforcement investigated. Neither was related to my sister. Sadly, nothing belonging to my sister has ever been found. Reconfirmed with law enforcement today. Now, again, I don't think they found the one in New Hampshire, in Ossipee. I don't think they found it. So they didn't know whether it was hers or not. There may have been another one found that was not hers. Again, that's if... It's weird how a lot of bootlicking goofs, they just have blind faith in law enforcement, as if nothing could have slipped through the cracks, or as if corruption is zero across all departments everywhere, and no crimes would ever be covered up no matter what. Just a level of goofery here to just have blind faith in this. Again, the Pemigewasset backpack was taken, so I went over that before as well. It just hasn't been confirmed hers or not. However, Julie is stating that law enforcement said nothing belonging to her sister has been found. Curious. Or nothing confirmed to have belonged to Maura found. they couldn't confirm that it was hers, even if it were. Alright, let's look at this conversation on the Xingyum subreddit. Oh, wait a second here. So, here's the post. Or this is the Maura Murray subreddit. Also a sham subreddit. Obviously, the Mindshock subreddit is the only one with logical discussion without any troll moderators shutting down discussion. But anyway, I remember reading somewhere Maura's hospital ID was found somewhere in the woods in New Hampshire several years after she went missing. So supposedly it was an employee or student ID badge for nursing clinicals, or was it a patient ID bracelet with her name and DOB on it? Someone reported seeing it to law enforcement. Julie denied it was ever found. My question is, did someone actually see it and then police never found it, or did they make it up? James Rener says, I believe this is what happened. Maybe it wasn't Maura's ID, but some kind of hospital ID they saw, and then they couldn't find it when police returned. So this is, again, from December 2005. Supposedly the ID had Maura Murray's name on it. Huh. So here's a post by Sandcastle. Not aware of this poster. Some interesting thoughts here. I think the UMPD report pertaining to the Hunter's account that was released via Foiaa was hold back information that shouldn't have been released. It was an oversight by law enforcement. This information was released by UMPD and not New Hampshire State Police. We know that law enforcement took the leads seriously as they tracked down Maura's hospital IDs where she was taking clinicals. So we know for a fact that Maura had hospital IDs and that law enforcement found out what the IDs looked like. I think we can safely assume the IDs were not recovered in the dorm room or in her possessions. Otherwise, there'd be no need to track them down with the pertaining hospitals. We have what happened to this info after the Hunters made contact. The law enforcement reported what they had found. The UMPD did the legwork of tracking down the IDs of the hospital, then forwarded the info to New Hampshire State Police. The New Hampshire State Police followed up with the info from there. We have no idea as to what the New Hampshire State Police found when they went to investigate the claim with the Hunters that reported it. The information would be in the New Hampshire State Police case file. They have not released any info one way or the other about this. It would be highly unlikely they would, since this is considered an open case. The report states that the hunters found the ID around Thanksgiving, November 05, reported it to law enforcement a month or two later. I don't think we really know what happened as to why it took a while for the hunters to report it. And again, we're also assuming none of these reports are doctored or there aren't other reports in between them or whatever. This info as to the timeline of the hunters makes the information credible to me. There would be no reason to add this particular info about it being found at an earlier time if it wasn't true. But since it was said to be found over 70 miles away from where the Saturn was found, I don't think it's implausible to assume that the hunters had never heard of Maura Murray or that she was a missing person. Most people still don't know who Maura Murray is to this day. For all we know, the ID with some of Maura's other things, and that was not in the report, the hunter would not have any idea of Maura's other things if they didn't have her name on it. That's a good point. So I think if they did find Maura's hospital ID, it's quite possible that there were other things with it, like her backpack. I think it's quite possible when the hunters found out about Maura being a missing person, they reported what they had found at that point. So maybe it makes sense that it took some time for them to call law enforcement. It was not an anonymous report. The person making the call to law enforcement gave his name and phone number. They offered to show law enforcement where they had found it. So I have a hard time believing that it was a hoax. Personally, I think they found exactly what they reported to law enforcement. If it was in fact one of Maura's IDs, it didn't lead to finding Maura or enough evidence against anyone if it were a crime, because we don't have an arrest being made in the case. But I think it would change this case a great deal if it were Maura's ID. For one, I think law enforcement has a good time knowing that just about everyone is focused on the Saturn's location, the local people, and the timeline. And for that matter, what happened to Maura in the days leading up to her trip. Meanwhile, they've been focusing on somewhere else and on suspects outside of the locals in Haverhill. Maybe that is why New Hampshire State Police are not interested in the rumors and the people in the area of the Saturn, or they know what happened and they're covering up for somebody. They developed info that Maura was not in the area after that night at some point, or if she was even in there in the first place. The timeline and what happened up to that night are irrelevant. What? How is that irrelevant? For them, the story about what happened to Maura just began at the Saturn, or did it if she wasn't there? For the rest of us, it doesn't seem like that is the case. Law enforcement has said many times that they believe Maura got into a car and traveled outside the area. I think that is exactly what happened. That doesn't have to mean the person that gave Maura a ride harmed her. It just means that they gave her a ride and didn't want to admit that for fear of being in the crosshairs of a missing persons case. I think that is totally understandable when you look at what happened to Butch Atwood and the Westmans, but I think that whatever happened to Maura, it was many miles away from where the Saturn was left. If the ID was found, it would point us in a direction towards Bartlett, and that many suspected from the beginning. For all we know, the trash that was collected from the Bartlett-Conway area was trucked to Ossipee to be dumped. Okay, that's an interesting point there. Does anybody know how far of a radius does the dump in Ossipee receive trash from? Because it seems like that could be verified. So it might not be the case of someone bringing her stuff directly there, but it came from elsewhere. That's interesting. We know Maura was highly motivated to make this trip wherever she was going. Well, no, we don't know that, because we don't know if she was in control of her actions. We don't know if this is all a diversion. So again, this is what, Sandcastle, guilty of many logical fallacies here, but still some interesting points. We also know she didn't want to talk about it with anyone. Well, no, we don't. She could have had another phone, or she could have talked to several people about it in person. And what is it? Because if she was harmed at UMass, there was no trip planned. That was all the cover-up. She didn't want to talk with anyone on her phone either. Again, which phone? What makes people think that Maura changed her plans when she no longer had the Saturn, if she had it in the first place and it wasn't being dumped in the Haverhill area? But anyway, some interesting point, regardless of all the fallacies, some interesting points being made there regarding the hospital ID. So another thing this person couldn't consider, I don't know if they're a bootlicker or what the case is, but if the police, when they received the report, if the police somehow are doing a cover-up, either because one of their own harmed Maura, they want to cover it all up, or, she's in witness protection, or there was some upper agency involvement, whether she's dead or alive, in order to shut down legitimate investigation, then one of their own officers could have potentially did the investigation there and gotten all those items and then didn't file a report and protected pretended that it just wasn't found and it was all swept under the rug. I mean, obviously, bootlickers will never, they don't have the mental capacity to even consider such an option. And again, that doesn't mean that law enforcement was complicit. So either complicit or assisting in witness protection or just covering up upper agency involvement of whatever kind. I don't claim to know what it is. And I don't claim any of that is true either, for all the triggered goofs alleging that I'm making a positive claim there. No, I'm simply considering many mutually exclusive theories. Not rocket science, but again, the Dunning-Kruger, the crowd that circles this case, is truly unlike any other. Welcome, South to West. Southwest says, I think Sergeant Pepper, Bruce McKay, took some secrets to the grave, no doubt, but secrets about what? South to West says the Reddit Maura Murray moderators are utterly brain dead. Yeah, on the so-called official sub, Maura Murray sub might have one or two decent ones, but they don't really keep the other sham troll moderators in check. So that's quite the sham sub as well. I mean, occasionally a few good posts slip through the cracks, but Christopher says this case has a lot of activity lately. Feels like we're closer than ever to finding the truth. Mad props to you, Bruce, for bringing questions to the table that others don't. I was bummed when your channel went down, so glad I found you. Yep, every single Maura Murray episode is back online here on the Bruce McGuire channel. Alright, so we have 3 backpacks and a potential hospital ID. Yeah, that's an interesting point on whether or not the ID may have also been accompanied by a backpack and other items of Maura's, and whether or not they were dumped there. So whether or not she was there or not, if somebody's dumping her and or her material, her things, did they dump it at that dump site? It says it was found near a cemetery, near a dump site, so I don't know if it would have actually been on the dump, because why would hunters be hunting in an actual dump? It said it was found near. So was that like a hiking, hunting area near? In which case, let's see here. And Landry was, of course, the guy behind the Londonderry Ping and all that shadiness. So it was found in the area of an old dump by a cemetery. In the area of, so, I mean, would hunters be actively hunting inside the grounds of a dump? Or is there a dump in a cemetery next to a hunting, hiking area? Let's see how many cemeteries and dumps are in Ossipee. Let's see if we can nail this down. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This is a lot of cemeteries. 15, 16. 15 cemeteries in Ossipee. Not that many. Alright, let's see how many dumps there are. Huh. Apparently none. So is the dump on a neighboring town? Wait a second. Okay, we got West Ossipee, Center Ossipee. Okay, there's Ossipee Recycling Center. That kind of looks like a dump. There's Freedom Recycling. Oh, wait, that's in Freedom. That's not Ossipee. There's the Tamworth Transfer Station, which is just west of West Ossipee. There's Ossipee Lake Natural Area. Yeah, they should have, if they added coordinates there with this one. I wonder if anybody knows, but I think, hold on a second. I don't see any cemeteries and dump sites. I wonder if it's like an unofficial. Is it an unofficial dump site? So there's a Grant Hill Cemetery. Let's see a dump here. There is, so there's a, what the heck is this? There looks like there's a waste, Tri-Town Waste Dispose, oh wait, that's in Maine. Why is it giving me Maine? That's weird. Ossipee's actually not that far from the Maine border. Which, again, if you haven't checked out the Maine episode in the Maura Murray case, a lot of activity in Maine as well. There's a cemetery pretty close to just the middle of Ossipee, and the Granite Road Cemetery. It looks like there could potentially be some kind of a dump site right next to it. So I'm gonna put it on the screen in a second. This could potentially be it. So here's the general area. Let's go. Okay. So here is the cemetery. And if we zoom in a whole bunch, let me get another. So this is right in the middle, right next to the middle of Ossipee. There's also looks like a body of water not too far away from there. I'm going to zoom in here and get a little bit high res. Looks like there's a private trail around this entire area. And there's also a body of water directly to the north of it. So let me get another image here. So here we see, so this is the cemetery, and you can see this kind of sort of looks like some kind of dump area with vehicles or whatever right to the west of it. And then, so there's 2 homes surrounding it, but to the north there's private trails and a body of water. So potentially they could have been hunting in this area, I guess. It makes a little bit more sense than some of the other cemeteries, which are in residential, right next to residential areas. So, is this the location here? Is this old Granite Road Cemetery? And they don't have a dump labeled, but this kind of looks like a dump site with various vehicles or whatever. I don't know what this is on the left here. There's no label, so it doesn't say it's anything. There's nothing labeled here. So this is some kind of a dump site. That's kind of curious. And it kind of makes sense because there's private trails without houses to the north. So this is potential hunting areas. Now, I wonder if they searched this body of water here. That would be curious. But, yeah, so it could be somewhere around here. Somewhere in this general area could be where they found the ID. In Ossipee. They didn't even necessarily, because if somebody was dumping a missing person's things, they wouldn't necessarily want to dump it right with all. Would they want to dump it with other, or would they dump it slightly off? I mean, it's kind of weird. I'm also kind of assuming none of these people were interviewed who live nearby. Like, there's 2 homes nearby, or at least 1 home right near this potential dump. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell what this is. I have a slightly better image here. I'm going to put on the screen in a second. Zoomed in. Looks like cars. I don't really see a building unless it might be a trailer. Or it could be a shipping container. Or potentially some kind of dumpster. Let me get this other image on the screen here. But there's definitely a bit of woods surrounding it. So here's a much higher res image. So here we see there's a bunch of vehicles right next to this cemetery, and that might be a trailer or some kind of container there. I don't know. Is this some kind of weird junkyard dump site, or is it not? Clark says, hunters love dumps. Dumps are all over the place, not official landfills. Could be old dump sites in or near the woods with road access. They are all over. Old tires and appliances for which no one wants to pay disposal fees. Old farms, homesteads with all their ash and trash. Yeah, that's a good point. So on the maps here, there's no actual label of an address for this potential dump site here. So there is for the house directly to the west and directly to the east of the cemetery. The house directly to the east of the cemetery on the other side looks kind of nice and big, actually. It looks like there might be a pool or something and a bunch of solar panels. I mean, that's currently, but... Let's see here. So here's what it looks like from the road here. Google Street, there's actually a Google Street View here. I'm gonna put the image up right now. So this is what it looks like from the street. So you can clearly see that there's an entrance here. So this is from the street to the little area that looks like a dump site, right next to the cemetery. I'll do the cemetery next. So you could clearly see it from the road. So is this just like a known local dump site, like an unofficial dump site? Now that I'm thinking about it, I do remember seeing quite a bit of these all over in non-city areas. Like when you get into rural areas, there are just like, even like just driving through mountain areas, there do seem to be like little dump sites like this in various areas. So this is the cemetery right next to it. And then I'm gonna do another image of in between the two. So this is the cemetery next to it. So you can see it's a small cemetery. Definitely probably wouldn't be people here normally. Not that bad of a road, but yeah, so this is what it looks like from the street. Now I'm gonna get another image of in between. I don't think I can get an image from the other side. That would have been the most helpful, I guess. Yeah, they don't, the Google Street View doesn't have, yeah, it won't let me go down. But I'll do one more image here. So this is in between the two. So you can access it from the road. Now keep in mind, if they're hunting on the other side of all of this, yeah, I mean, there's a private road on the other side. But again, this is seemingly the best option of where they found it. It's based on the, so yeah, you can see on the left there is the entrance to this potential dump site. On the right is the cemetery. Now, for this image here, again, there's a bunch of private trails to the north. So I'm assuming that's where they would have been hunting. Interesting stuff here. So is this the location where the hospital ID was found? Clark asks, key questions for the ID. Was the actual ID recovered? The story is unclear. Did the hunters pick it up and give it to law enforcement, then guide them to the site to find, or did they see it, report it, took law enforcement back? Well, let's look at it again. Let's look at what it says. So ID was found. Willing to take officers to the site. Oh, that's yeah. They may have took it. It's not clear. They found what they believe to be her ID. Stated that it was found. Yeah, it doesn't say whether they picked it up or not. Although it could be in the redacted area. So we have his name redacted. Then there's a sentence redacted almost. It's unclear whether they took it or whether they didn't take it, but were close enough to look at it and see that it was Maura Murray's name. Why would they take it? It seems like they wouldn't take it, right? But if they walked right by it. Now let's go back to the maps here. How close? So it says it was found in the area of an old, so not necessarily in the dump site. So it could have potentially been elsewhere. So not necessarily in this actual dump site. So it could have been potentially any of this on these private trails, possibly even next to this body of water. It could have been anywhere in the vicinity, in the area of, so that doesn't mean on. So it could have been even north of this private trail, potentially. Northwest, northeast of this area. Interesting. Could have been anywhere. I'm guessing they didn't take, because if they didn't know who she was, it wouldn't really make sense for them to take it, would it? So, but if they walked right by it close enough to where they saw her face and name, they might remember it. So how would they get close enough to this potential ID and backpack? I don't know. I don't know. So there's also another backpack found near Londonderry, but this is a bit north of Londonderry. Alright. I mean, yeah, this just gets more and more curious, but if they botched something, if it was her ID and they botched it that early, that might explain a few things about this case still being unsolved.
Then a detective, Trooper Landry from New Hampshire, requested a copy of Maura Murray's financial aid records. And that's when they learned that Maura Murray had financial aid and was using it for some living expenses. Now, this is interesting. This is about a subpoena for masslive.com. The detectives became very interested in this. And here's why. On April 11th, 2009, so 5 years after Maura disappears, Detective Gerald Perkins had discovered a posting on the masslive.com website in the Amherst forum referencing a missing person, Maura Murray. The post was under the headline, "Maura Murray was seen in Montreal. She is alive and well." This post was dated April 8th, 2009, with a post number of 3520. The author of the post used a screen name, "The Missing Persons Case for Maura Murray, Massachusetts." So now, if you've dug into this case, you might have heard about that posting on Mass Live. What's very interesting about that posting, if you read into it, they claim they knew Maura and had been in Montreal and came across her in passing, and that Maura was alive and well in Montreal. That's where that rumor kind of started. But what's interesting about that post is they abbreviate midnight as 12 capital M, capital N, 12MN, which is a notation used by nurses. Maura woke, let's see. This is a witness statement from Fred. Maura woke around 10:30 a.m. She told me about the accident. I asked, "Where's the car?" She told me it wouldn't run, it had to be towed. I thought about how to get a rental car. How far can it be towed? I went out and looked at the car, went to the office and asked who is open. Where is a Toyota place? Where can I get a car? She made some calls for me to rental places. I went to the room and found a couple places that had free loaners. I wasn't sure if I had insurance for her. I asked what happened. She said, I came around a corner and hit some sand and skidded. I told her she was going too fast. I asked her if she got a ticket. She said no. I told her she was lucky and that she didn't get a ticket for drunk driving. She told me she hadn't had a drink for a while and was okay. We went to North Amherst Motors around 12:30. I intended to bring the car back the next Friday night. Maura was making whimpering sounds while in the car. At the motel, she said, "This is the worst." We went back to the dorm. She was feeling bad because she had let me down. When she reached the back seat to get her stuff, I told her it'll get fixed. She went to her dorm, sort of slumped her way in. I dropped her off around 1:30. I went back to Bridgeport, Connecticut, Homestead Suites. I called Maura on Sunday about insurance and getting reports to the police department. I was sure she would call because she wouldn't let me down again. When asked, and this is the detective here, when he asked Fred, did you go to Liquors 44 with the girls? At first, Fred stated no. Then thought about it and said, I am unsure if I did, if it was before or after the brewery. I think it was after the brewery. I can remember the girls walking around and looking for wine and telling them to just pick something. This is a statement from
So this is also unclear. He remembers. So he said no. Okay, so if he's in the process of remembering, he's saying no. Oh wait, maybe. Can't remember if it was before or after. I guess it was after. I remember them telling them just pick something. Did he say that from the car, or did he go into the store with them? If he went into the store with them, wouldn't he remember it? Now, if he said it from the car, okay, but if he went in the store with them, and again, this footage has never been released, the Liquors 44 footage, for whatever reason. The standard DUI walk away, they will not release the footage from the liquor store. Which begs the question, who else? So there were two trips. So there's the liquor store footage, of course, on the Monday, but there's also the liquor store from the Saturday, which they didn't release either. So they won't release any footage from any liquor stores. Why won't they release the footage from the Saturday night, which is what Fred is talking about right now, where Maura is with Kate Markopoulos? Is the reason they can't release the footage from Monday the same reason they can't release the footage from Saturday of the liquor store visits? Why are these liquor store visits so mysterious? Why are they getting the Area 51 treatment? I mean, it's quite weird. If they're just buying liquor, I mean, what's the problem? This is tough. This is tough.
Sarah, I believe. Saturday night, Maura came over to my room with our friend, I believe that's Kate Markopoulos, after going out with her father. We were drinking, and I do not remember what happened, but I know that Maura left with 3 men named whoever, who walked them home. So this is a repeat of that same statement, further kind of cements it. Now, here's a statement from somebody that ran at track at UMass that knew Maura from high school. Apparently she transferred here. As always, Maura seemed sort of on her own, doing her own thing. I never really saw her with anyone. She started working security, as I had been doing since then. We have worked together a few times. She also lives in my building. We've talked in passing. She was always shutting herself in her room, and she said she never even saw Maura in her bathroom. I'm sorry, she's talking about the RA. The RA on her floor was always shutting herself in her room and said she never even saw Maura in the bathroom. And she never saw Maura around either. What was even more odd was that people would see Maura using the 5th floor smoking lounge bathroom instead of using the one on her floor, and she doesn't even smoke. That was the only time we would see her in the bathroom. She would go in with a bottle of water, stay in for a long time, and flush the toilet a couple times. So there's that disordered eating coming back again. She would mention her boyfriend every now and then and just seemed fine. Didn't really think anything was wrong. Last semester, my friend, an RA on the 18th floor of Kennedy, came downstairs while I was working security and told me about how someone had used her credit card to order food numerous times. She was going to the police to report it. I think the Amherst police. I talked to her a few days later, and she said that her friend on the 4th floor had said that the police had come to Maura's door the next day, that the fraud of the credit card had been her doing. That's when the story about Maura stealing credit card numbers and identity theft and all that came.
And once again, as if this case doesn't have enough anomalies, in the history of colleges, how many times has a local police department launched an entire sting op over a 2-digit alleged fraud charge? Because again, we don't really know what happened. Did this person have a problem with Maura, or was there another party, not the person who had their credit card used, who basically said this card was their card when it wasn't, and it was okay to order food on it, like a pass-around credit card? We don't have any of this information. Was Maura covering for somebody else? We don't have any of this information. But in the history of college education, how many times has a local PD launched an entire sting operation? I mean, how much did that operation cost, using these officers, you know, their time on scene, all of this, taking this, what camera did they use to take this darn mugshot? I mean, what was the budget for this sting operation over a 2-digit credit card charge? Was it more or less than the 2 digits? I mean, just the level of gopher here. I mean, when there's a charge on a credit card, I mean, you know, the credit card company just does an investigation and refunds it. I mean, it's just kind of crazy how the police become involved, unless this was all some kind of setup to get her to be a CI for some reason.
Out. So word was getting around campus about that too. This is from a coworker at Hampton Gallery. After the winter break, one thing that was strange was the fact that she came back to work late. I think it was approximately 2 weeks into the semester, and I was covering for Maura's gallery shifts. When she finally came in, the Thursday before the weekend she went missing, I only had the opportunity to see her once, for a few minutes, with 2 other gallery workers. I gave them an assignment before I had to leave, and I didn't have an opportunity to touch base with her. I thought she would be into work the following week until she sent an email, I think on Monday, saying she had a death in her family and needed a week off. That was the last I heard from her. And that's it. So, I don't know. There's a lot of information that I think could potentially be very important in these reports. The Ossipee citing of a possible hospital ID, I think, is not something that we should just dismiss out of hand. I think these people did see somebody's hospital ID, and when they came back with the police, couldn't find it again. So I'd be very interested in searches around Ossipee. So what do you think? I've got the full document up on my website, MauraMurrayMystery.com.
So there you have it. That's the new information Rener went over. And yes, obviously, the hospital ID, it might actually be one of the most critical pieces here, as well as some of these other, like Lenox, Massachusetts, about halfway from UMass. I mean, there could be something there. But the hospital ID definitely among the biggest curiosities here. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just weird. So maybe they didn't drop the ball. It's possible if whatever police, whatever law enforcement department actually went back and got the ID, then they have it. And they don't want to release it for a reason. Or if there's some kind of cover-up, law enforcement could have potentially found it and seized it without any kind of disclosure. What's unclear is it possible they did that before the hunters went back? Because if they got a couple people searching, and if it truly is this area, and it'd probably take some time to search this area, but if it is this area, around Old Granite Road in Ossipee. If the ID was located anywhere, within a couple hundred yards here north of the dump site cemetery, would they have found? I mean, would it really be right next to the private trail? I mean, they probably now if they were hunting, they didn't say if they were going between hunt sites. So if they're either walking or I don't know how they would traverse these private trails, ATVs or whatnot, or just walking, and would they really see an ID? I mean, you wouldn't know how it got there. If someone dumped her stuff, let's say even in the water, and somehow either an animal or somehow it finds its way outside of this water, this body of water, it gets kicked around, I don't know, maybe some random people find it, toss it around, eventually it just gets kicked further and further closer to the private trail, and then it is able to be visible. I mean, because obviously somebody probably wouldn't actively dump it right on the private trail road. But if it somehow found its way there, for the hunters to have seen it, unless the hunters were actively sighting deer or whatever they were hunting in the deep woods and brush, and they found it there. I mean, it's really unclear exactly how they sighted it, but would another officer be able to find it without them? I don't know. A lot of questions here. This case really does need to get solved, though. I mean, it just seems like there's so much info that it should be solved. That's it for now. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us. If you want to help support the Mindshock podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.